This video contains everything you need to make $10,000 a month or more by getting the right views and monetizing them effectively. And if you still think you need to go viral to get rich, that belief is keeping you broke. And I know because I've gotten 1.6 billion views myself, but my business was making $1,000 a month. And it wasn't until I threw out everything I knew about YouTube and I simplified my content that I made $57,000 in 1 month. There's 7 crucial lessons that you need to understand if you want to get qualified leads from YouTube. And if your goals are important to you, then I'd recommend watching this in its entirety. If you want, you can just listen to this on your headphones while making food or working out or something. Just trust me, you will not regret it. And if you just think about the person you want to become, would they skip the free 4-hour course teaching them how to do exactly what they want to do, and then they would go watch 10-minute dopamine videos instead? Or would they lock in right now? Well, it's up to you. After I hit 1 million subscribers on my first channel, something happened that pissed me off. So everybody was telling me that it was just luck, even my own friend. And so I started another channel and blew it up to 100,000 subscribers in just 22 days just to prove a point. And to piss my friend off even further, today I am going to reveal everything. So we're gonna cover the one concept that, if you understand and use correctly, can literally make any video viral. The 3-step viral formula that blew up all 4 of my channels. It basically made it effortless. How much YouTube paid me for 1.3 billion views, and then I'm gonna reveal the best niche to get rich on YouTube. So if you don't know, all that has to happen for your YouTube videos to get more views is that more people click and watch them. That's it. But without the concept that I'm about to share, you'll end up playing a guessing game with YouTube. Basically, never knowing if your thumbnails are gonna get people to click, if your hooks are gonna get people to watch, and if ultimately you're wasting your time with a shitty video idea. So when I was in the beginning stages of YouTube, I actually got super fucking lucky. So I remember when I first started making videos, I was just in my room, bored. It was in the beginning of COVID, and I just basically had nothing else to do, so I started making videos. And I actually ended up making over 150 videos that basically got no views before I ever figured out what this one concept was. And the reason I got so lucky was actually because I simply didn't care. I was just making videos for fun, which allowed me to persist past the point of not getting any views until I actually figured out the one concept. And after I figured out that one concept, I was able to predictably make content that got tens of thousands of people to click and watch my videos nearly every time I uploaded. And having this level of predictability is it's crucial if you want to use YouTube traffic to get leads for your business. And so this concept is called the curiosity gap. I kind of fucked it up. And this has probably pissed you off multiple times in your life. Maybe when you were a little kid in school or something, like your friend came up to you, he put his hand on your shoulder, and he whispered in your ear like, "Hey, I have a secret, but I'll tell you later." And you almost get pissed off at him because now you know there is a secret that you don't know, and you just want to know what the secret is. It's like an itch that can only be scratched with the actual secret. But if you could, hypothetically, press your friend in the middle of his forehead and get him to spit out the secret, you do that without hesitation. And so this is how YouTubers get you to click and watch their videos. They make you aware of something that you want, and then they basically make you click and watch to get it. So you clicked on this video because I made you aware that there is a formula that I use to go viral, which is an outcome that you want, which makes you want the formula. But the mistake a lot of people make is that they actually give away the secret in the title and thumbnail. And so they'll make a video like, this is like the secret key to weight loss is cardio. And then the viewer has no reason to actually fucking click the video because they already know the secret. It's cardio. But if instead they just titled the video like, the secret key to weight loss, ... then the viewer would actually have a reason to click because they don't know what the secret is. So that opens a loop that the viewer can only close by clicking on the video. But this doesn't only apply to packaging, and so this actually applies to your entire video as well. So in the first 15 seconds of this video, I actually created 4 curiosity gaps. And the first one is what you're hearing right now, the curiosity gap. And so the curiosity gap was the curiosity gap. Now your curiosity gap will probably be different, but this concept works in entertainment, education, literally any niche. But you can't just spam your viewers with curiosity gaps without following the whole viral formula, or your videos will get boring. So what is the viral formula? I remember when I first came up with the viral formula. You're gonna think this is crazy, but so I had this insane moment of clarity when I was brainstorming video ideas. So I was in my room, laying in my bed, just trying to go to sleep, but also trying to come up with viral video ideas. And so I just remember thinking to myself, like, what would go viral? What would go viral? What would go viral? And then all of a sudden I felt this like wave of clarity wash through me, and an idea popped into my head. And I was just like, holy shit, like this is the idea. This is gonna blow up my channel. And fast forward just 2 years later, this video idea makes up like 1 billion of my views. The idea was called 10 levels of difficulty. So it's pretty straightforward. I would play a level in my game that would get harder every level for 10 levels. And I know this is very random, but I'll show you how you can apply this to your niche in just a second. So in the first second of my video, I would say something like, my friend told me that level 10 is impossible, but I'm gonna try to beat it anyway. They're trying to say I can't get past level 8. And then instantly, everybody watching wants to know what level 10 looks like. They want to know if I beat level 10. And this is the first part of the formula, the hook. And in my case, the videos that really blew up my channel were shorts, so I didn't have to think about packaging for these videos. But for long form videos, hooks need to confirm to the viewer that they actually got the video they clicked for and are going to get the benefit that they wanted. Like in the beginning of this video, I showed you my YouTube plaques and then I showed you my YouTube analytics as proof that I actually went viral. And then I told you the plan for the video, and you're still here because I convinced you that it'd basically be a good idea to watch. For short form videos, it's basically the same. You just don't need to confirm the title or anything. You basically just need to convince the viewer to watch until the end by using a curiosity gap. So the curiosity gap in my 10 levels of difficulty shorts made the viewer think, what does level 10 look like? Or how hard is it? Or is he gonna beat level 10? And with this, your viewers keep like an open loop that basically ties them to watching until the end of the video. But the problem is that even with a great hook, if you can't keep your viewers watching through the rest of the video, you'll kill your retention. And so the next step of the formula is retain. The hook is extremely important, but if you can't retain your viewers, they're never gonna get to the end, even if you have a strong curiosity gap. So to retain the viewer with my shorts was pretty simple. The level would increase in difficulty and the music would increase in intensity. So the viewer has engaging visual elements and audio elements and the expectation that the video is getting more exciting as it goes on. And so with this, the viewers have no reason to actually click off the video. For an educational video, you do this through storytelling and value delivery. You can't just keep edging on the viewer with stuff like, what I'm about to tell you is gonna be so crazy, just wait for it. Because that's boring. You gotta actually give value and do it in an interesting way. So in this video, I'm not just telling you hook the audience and then use a curiosity gap and then retain them and do this and then blah, 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 because that's boring and you won't even remember it. I'm telling you stories to show you the benefit of the strategy. I'm giving examples so that you can visualize it and actually remember it. I'm telling you how I learned it so that you can relate to it. And I'm telling it in a simple enough way to where not only do you remember it better, but if you wanted to, you could teach someone else the same stuff. And when you get people to start teaching stuff they learned from you to other people that actually benefited their life, it gives them status that they now associate with watching your videos, which is fucking huge for building a personal brand. So your hook and retention strategy is by far the most important, but the next part of the formula is what takes viral videos to another level. This is the reward. And for long form content, it doesn't matter quite as much, but for short form content, it's fucking crucial. At the end of my gaming videos, I would either beat the level or die at the end and do some loud cut scream or something just funny enough that makes the viewer want to rewatch the video. If I die in this level, I have to take a shot of this hot sauce. Since you guys like to see me in pain, if I don't beat this level in 10 attempts, I have to belly flop. This boosts retention insanely high to the point where I have a video that's 40 seconds long and it has 106% retention with 30 million views. That means I got tens of millions of people to watch an entire video, and some of them even rewatched it. For educational content, you want to reward with value. A hard-hitting truth, something thought-inspiring, or just something so impactful that the viewer wants to rewatch just to hear it again. So the 3-step viral formula is simply hook, retain, reward. And this is how I got 1.3 billion views on my main channel. And before I tell you, if you've gotten any value from this video so far, just click subscribe as a little thank you to help me out. So from 96 million views on long form content, YouTube paid me $83,000. And from 1.2 billion views on short form content, YouTube paid me $65,000. And with about $5,000 in super chats, the total from 1.3 billion views is $157,533.22. Now to be clear, this is great money for uploading stupid videos, but the reason it's so low compared to other people with 1 billion views is because YouTube pays you based on the quality of your audience. My gaming audience was a bunch of children that didn't have much spending power, so advertisers weren't willing to pay much money to get in front of them. In other niches, like a make money online niche, I've seen channels get literally 100 times more money per viewer. Like if I get 1 million views on my gaming channel, I might make $2,000. But if someone in the right finance niche gets 1 million views, they might make $200,000 or more. And because of my low rate, I actually tried to monetize my audience externally through a paid product. But after about a year of grinding and a lot of brainwashing myself to keep going, I decided to shut it down because it was losing a lot of money. And this helped me realize why advertisers weren't willing to pay much money to get in front of my audience, because I wouldn't pay for that either. So I started this channel where I help entrepreneurs grow on YouTube, and I started a new program and charged a lot more money. In the first month, I made $30,000 in profit, and I actually won the school games by Alex Hormozi. So it's pretty easy to say that the switch was worth it. And regardless of how much money YouTube actually pays you through YouTube AdSense, the real game is in choosing the right niche for you and then monetizing your audience with your own paid product. That's why I spent the last 2 years learning about the best products to create and sell, and actually ended up on a school community, which I run now. It's a membership-based platform where you can host courses, events, and build a network of like-minded people so you can help the people you want to help, and in the meantime, stack thousands and thousands of dollars of monthly recurring revenue that increases every month. And you can do all that without paying for 10 different software subscriptions, because I can't. I'm not saying this is the best business for everyone, but like, at least for my personality type, I love getting to help people, like actually connect with them in the community and then help them directly through the calls instead of just selling a course. So anyway, is there a best niche to get rich on YouTube? No, it's not about the right niche. It's more about your expertise, your passion, how much value you can give, and how well your product matches your audience. I'm not making this video right now because it's, in the best niche or whatever. I'm making this video because I actually love learning and talking about this stuff. And the fact that YouTube and school allows me to turn my passion into a profitable business is just fucking insane to me. So if you want to stop playing the guessing game and start getting tons of leads through YouTube traffic, click the link below and check out the video that basically explains exactly how I can help you. Take care. If you're enjoying this video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It helps me out. Thank you. Bye. You would be making money from YouTube today if you knew these 3 things 3 months ago. Or if you're already making money, you'd be making a lot more of it. And so if that's a result you want 3 months from now, then I encourage you to just sit down, throw everything you know about YouTube out the window, and just for about 20 to 25 minutes, soak up this information. And you can trust me because just 3 weeks ago, I posted a video that now has over 3 million views. And every night it gets me new customers for my business. You can see 99 a month, 99 a month, $1,000, $1,000, and it just keeps going. And so the problem I see that a lot of you are going through right now is that so many people, there's millions of YouTube videos about how to grow on YouTube. And they're all over here, and they're all over here, and they're all over here. And this is you, this is your brain. You see that pink thing? And essentially what's happening is you got a YouTuber over here that's telling you the secret is SEO. So you gotta put hashtags in your fucking description or whatever. And then over here, there's a YouTuber teaching you how to edit. And then over here, there's a YouTuber teaching you, I don't know, some other shit. And then over here, it's you gotta model what works and you gotta use vidIQ or whatever. And then over here, it's different information. And so what you're thinking is, now I gotta do all these other things and I gotta figure out exactly what to do before I even make my first video. Or you're just making different kinds of content. You don't know what the fuck to do because you have no clarity because you keep watching all this different kind of content. And that was where I was before I blew up my first few channels. And it sucked because I was getting so much information. And the thing is, like, all of it's right if you just do some of it. But what I did was eliminated everything. And recently I made a process that's only 3 steps. And if you just know these 3 things, you can eliminate everything else and get the same result. You can grow an audience on YouTube, get people to like you, trust you, give a ton of value to the world, and then turn some of those viewers into paying customers and get to teach people things and get paid for it in exchange for making videos you actually enjoy making, just like I'm doing right now. And so the first thing that you have to do, if you haven't even made a video yet, just freaking make a video. There's never gonna be like the one secret to making your first video the best possible. You're not gonna get started on the right foot. Your first video is just gonna suck. And actually, my first 150 videos sucked. And that's because I didn't understand these 3 things. I didn't understand, I'm gonna reveal it in a sec. How to get people to, and when I didn't understand this, I was just making videos like I was blind. Like I was just playing a guessing game with YouTube. I was just like, rolling the dice. Is this idea gonna work? Is this a good thumbnail? Is this a good video? I don't fucking know. And that's where a lot of you are at. And so the first thing you have to do is just start fucking making content. Just put out videos that you enjoy making. You can even ask ChatGPT, hey, I like talking about this stuff. What kind of videos should I make? Or hey, I have this product that I want to sell on YouTube. How do I make videos? Or what kind of videos should I make? And then just start making those videos. And you don't need editing. You don't need all this fancy shit. Just start. And the first problem you're going to run into, which is the biggest problem almost every YouTuber has, is getting people, specifically the right people, to click on your videos. Mr. Beast once said, if they don't click, they don't watch. And every year he says he has to remind himself the importance of good packaging. Now, packaging is the title and thumbnail. And what's even more important than that is the idea. And you may include this in the packaging. And so the first thing you're gonna have to understand is, how do I come up with a good idea? And then how do I package that idea in a way that gets people to click? Because no matter how good the rest of your video is, no matter how good your fucking funnel is or whatever, and how good your product is and how it, I don't care. If you can't get people to click your videos, they're never gonna come down here and they're never gonna go over here, and you're never gonna be able to turn them into money, which is the end result that you probably want. And so how do you get people to click? That's what we're gonna be talking about first. So there are 5 triggers that get people to click. The first one is, where's my thing? The first one is curiosity. So, how do you make your viewers curious? Well, you give them something that they want, you hint at something that they want, but don't give it to them. For example, the secret hack to making better thumbnails. Now you might click that video because you want to make better thumbnails, but you don't know what the secret hack is. And now where a lot of people go wrong on this is saying the secret hack to better thumbnails is text. The right text. And so you gave the fucking secret away. Now the person's probably not gonna watch the video because they're just like, okay, well, the video's about text. How about I just go learn how to do text instead of like, the video's already given me what I would click for, so why would I click it? Instead of the secret hack to making thumbnails or whatever, people have to click on the video to actually find out. And so this is the first click trigger, curiosity, something that makes people intrigued, something novel. The second is longing. What is your viewer longing for? What do they want? What is their desire? And so before you ever do this, you got to figure out who you're fucking making videos for. That's not what this video is about. If you're completely new to YouTube, I'm sure I have some other videos about how to get started. But so subscribe. But what do your viewers want? And so when I'm saying how to get more views or how to turn viewers into customers or how to do this and this, it's just what you guys might want. And I'm not saying how to make great corn on the cob, because people who want to grow on YouTube don't really care about corn on the cob. And so the second click trigger is just, what do people actually want? And your thumbnail and title should represent the desired situation of your avatar. That might be money, that might be a better physique, that might be confidence, some kind of trait, I don't know. The next is insecurity. So what is your viewer insecure about? What do they not want? What do they want to get away from? What pain or problems do they want to escape? And so this is very clear when you see videos, how to go from skinny to jacked. How to go from skinny, what they're insecure about, to jacked, what they're longing. Or the one trick to go from skinny to jacked. They don't know what the one trick is. So now it's using all these 3 click triggers. What is the one trick to go from where I am now and what I'm insecure about to what I want? And then in the thumbnail, you can represent one of these or both of these. So someone flexing that's super ripped, obviously you wouldn't want to use me, maybe for the other side of being really skinny. and then you can use my brother Kian to show the ripped side. But yeah, and so you could either do like, how to go from skinny to jacked. And so a really skinny person that's like representing what they don't want. And they'll click that video because they're like, yes, this guy understands my problem. I do not want this. or what they're longing for. So if you're jacked, just be fucking jacked. And you don't really have to try to do that, but show an image of you that's jacked. And then that's what people are longing for, so they're gonna click it. Or you can show what you used to be and what you are now. And whether that's broke to rich, whether that's bad posture to good posture, skinny to jacked, fat to skinny, doesn't matter. Insecure to longing, or just insecurity. 8 steps to get rid of muscle fat. You don't wanna get rid of muscle. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. The next is connection. So you may see videos that are like, if you're feeling lost, please watch this video. And it's all lowercase. And you're like, this isn't like a in-your-face YouTube title. Like, it actually feels kind of like this person's talking to me. And they're not, you know, escape pain, go towards desire, the one crazy hacked secret that the elites hide from you. They're not using that. They're going connection. And so the advantage of this is that it's believable. And so if you see a title that's all all lowercase, and it's just like, how I made $37 million online so you can just copy me. That seems so authentic, and it really connects with the viewer on a level that 5 hacks to get rich quick doesn't really resonate with them in the same way. And so you can use connection to make people believe you. And then in certain niches, like the self-improvement niche, it's like, there's this trend like, you'll never want to watch porn again after hearing my story. And so why do all of those videos get millions of views? It's because the person's being relatable and vulnerable and talking about their problems that millions of other people can relate to. And so you'll never have back pain again after watching this video. Or if your style sucks, please watch this video. And it's like you in a suit, like, come on, man, your style fucking sucks. And so people that want to up their style or whatever might watch that. And then the last trigger is knowledge. So this leverages the expertise and authority of either yourself or someone else. You can use social proof, like the sales tactic Steve Jobs used to launch Apple, to launch the iPhone or whatever. And then that's interesting. You wouldn't do the secret hack Bob used to sell burgers because who the fuck is Bob? And I don't care, he's probably broke. Steve Jobs made one of the biggest companies to ever exist. And so I would really want to know his sales tactics, his, you know, presentation thing that leverages the social proof of somebody else. Or you can do like, what I might do is like how I got 1 billion views. And then that leverages my knowledge because I got 1 billion views, and that's like social proof. And so people would rather listen to me than someone who got 1,000 views. And that, I don't even need to explain that. So if you haven't noticed already, you're a very silly goose, but CLICK, I came up with this myself. You should be very proud of me. And now these are just the click triggers that get people to click. And before that happens, you actually have to get their attention. And so the things that get people's attention is colors. You like contrasting colors, faces. So the thumbnail of this video is probably gonna be my face and either the whiteboard or some text. And so there's colors on the whiteboard. There's images that might represent what people want. There's my face, which stands out because I'm a human. And people's eyes naturally go towards other people's eyes. And yeah, so you want to capture their attention and then use those 5 click triggers, a combination of a few of those. You don't need to use all 5. That would be a little excessive to get people to actually click on your videos. And so if you don't do that, you're basically fucked. And now if you figure that out, good job. But you're also fucked if your video sucks. And so the next thing we're gonna have to do is get people to watch your videos. You can see where this is going. It's the basics. It's not hashtag your shit with this SEO hack, whatever. It's getting people to click and watch. And then the last one is if you actually want to your channel to be profitable. So First, you get people to click, and then you're gonna get people to watch. Now, how do you do this? Oh, I don't know. I do know, actually. That's what we're here for. This video is completely unscripted, by the way. I just have written about these things so much that I know them decently well. So how do you get people to watch? Well, there's a few different things, but the first thing is the first second and the second second and the third second of the video, and then the first 10 seconds, and then the first 30 seconds. And so your hook of the video arguably matters more than the rest of the video. And now obviously you want to make a good video, and we'll talk about that, but your hook is so freaking important, I cannot stress it enough. A lot of people will write their hook, and then they'll go, okay, I wrote my hook, that's important. But they won't read over it again and try to simplify it, and then try to make it more concise, and then simplify it again, and then read it out loud, and read it out loud 100 times so that they say it perfectly. You didn't see me saying the first few sentences of this video like 100 times. That would be weird. And it sounded like I was saying it for the first time maybe, but it wasn't. I said it a lot of times. And so how do you hook someone into watching a piece of educational content? Well, the first thing you got to do, it's essentially thinking about what do people want? What do they need to know to convince them that watching your video is going to be a good return on investment of their time? They're not going to think about this consciously. They're going to experience this. And so you need to deliver logically why they should watch the video. And so Alex Hormozi has like the best framework on this. And so I usually just teach his framework instead of, like, I can say it in a different way, but really there's 5 P's. P, 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 P. The first one's penis. So, no, I'm just kidding. The first one is proof. And so people need to know why they should trust you. And so in the beginning of this video, I was like, I literally said, and you can trust me because you already see I have 30,000 subscribers on this channel. But before I had that, I was just like, look at those YouTube plaques in the background, 1 million subscribers, 1 billion views, blah, 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 blah. And so you don't have to have outstanding results, but the better you have, the better. And so it's either an outcome or an input that you gotta flex. You can say, yesterday I did 10,000 push-ups. Look at my chest. And, well, that would be both. That would be, the outcome is your chest. That's your proof that if you're ripped, and then the input is 10,000 push-ups. But I'm saying, like, if you want to make videos about YouTube, but you don't have 1 million subscribers, you can just say, I've made 1,000 videos. And if you haven't done that, then why the fuck are you making videos about YouTube? So, I've been studying this for 6 years, and what I've found is the 4 things that I'm going to teach you in this video, whatever. The first thing's proof. Why should they fucking trust you? Did you study something for a long time? Did you used to suffer with a problem, then solve that problem, and now are delivering the solution in the video? That would make sense. If you don't, you just need to basically convince the viewer that you know what the fuck you're talking about. And if you can't do that, then you're making the wrong video. That should be obvious. That should be self-explanatory. The next thing is a promise. And so I can't just say, I've got 1 billion views, watch this video. I gotta, deliver some kind of tangible result from watching this video. So I said, if you knew what I'm gonna tell you 3 months ago, you'd already be making money. And so if that's a result you want, then watch this video. So the result is very clear. I even have a picture of it. YouTube, money. This is essentially what people want. They wanna make videos on YouTube and they wanna make money from that. Very simple. They want leads from it. And then I showed proof. That was even more proof of my leads. This is how I was scrolling through my phone. I know that's kind of weird. I'm like, that was gay. Okay. But not that gay is bad. It's just that it was gay. Anyways, get canceled. So you need to deliver some kind of promise. And that doesn't mean you go, I have 1 billion views, or, I'm ripped. I promise you that this video is going to be worth it. Like, you just have to say, if you watch this video, or if you listen to these 3 steps, or by the end of this video, however you want to say it, you're going to get this result, or my hope is that you get this result. Or you can say, tell your story. I used to be really depressed, and I would wake up every day and I felt like a fart on the toilet that was stupid, and I felt like a stupid fart. And it was until I figured out how to be happy that I actually became happy. And so in this video, I want to teach you how to do the same. And so that's the promise. It's how to be happy, you know? That was a terrible example, just an example. Promise, proof promise, you're gonna want to plan. And so this is gonna sound like a lot, but you can literally do all this in just a few sentences. Plan. So what's the plan for the video? This one was clear. I even had a picture of it. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 things, and they're the only 3 things you need to know if you want to make money from YouTube. That's the plan. And when you don't have a plan, people don't know what to expect. And if you don't know by now, people hate uncertainty. I could talk more about that, but people hate uncertainty. And so they want to know what's going to happen. That's why most people don't do YouTube, because it's unpredictable. It's roughly unpredictable. Like I could blow up a channel, and I know because I know how to do YouTube, and I've blown up 4 channels. But for someone who's never done YouTube, it seems like a very sketchy path, because they don't know, is this a good video idea? Or am I just wasting my time? Or is a bunch of people gonna see this, and then it's gonna go viral, and then I'm gonna get canceled because I said something was gay? There's a lot of worry. And so you just give, and this is just in the human psyche. There's a lot of worry about, oh, what if, I don't know, it's gonna be a waste of time, and there's other videos I could watch. Alex Ramosi here, I've already watched his videos, I know they're good. Give them the plan of the video so they know that you're gonna deliver on the promise and you're a trustworthy dude. Proof, promise, plan, picture. None of these are 100% required, they just help. So picture is, for some reason, if you can have a visual representation of the plan or the promise or the proof, it helps. So for this video, my picture was fucking here. That's pretty obvious. YouTube, that's recognizable. Money, they know what that is. They want that. And then this is the picture I'm going over. And for some reason, doing shit on a whiteboard makes you look more qualified to teach. I guess it's just what like teachers do. But you can show like literally just a screenshot on the screen. I have this in some of my other videos where it's just like, here are bullet points of 1, 2, 3, 4 that we're gonna go over. And it's just like having that makes people think, okay, this dude's like planned the video out. I'm gonna get these 4 things. They're like little nuggets, little like wins of dopamine for people. The next thing is pain. So this is you could tell your story. You know, I was really depressed. I suck. I was stupid. I was dumb. I looked dumb. There were pimples on my face, and I looked in the mirror and I couldn't even recognize myself. I hated my life. Whatever. And, you know, better storytelling. We'll talk about that in a second. But that's the pain. And so some kind of relatable pain that people are going through. And if you talk about it, and especially describe it in a way, especially if you can articulate someone's pain better than they can, they're gonna watch the fucking video. And it's like on a sales call. If you do that, if you can articulate someone's pain and their situation better than they can, they're gonna buy. Because they're like, okay, this dude understands my problem. That means he probably knows the solution. If he understands it this well and can articulate it like that, he probably knows the solution. And so in the beginning, I was talking about, without these things, like I made 150 videos that were basically shots in the dark. I was playing a guessing game with YouTube, just rolling the dice, not knowing if this was gonna work or this. And I felt like I was just wasting my time. That's painful, and that's what a lot of new YouTubers go through. And so just saying that makes people think, I don't wanna fucking deal with that anymore, or yeah. And so the thing is, you can do all of these things in one little story. Now it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be a story, but it can be. And so before I ever got 1 billion views on my channel, I was making videos basically every day. And I wanted to be able to make $10,000 a month for my YouTube channel. I was still in high school, and I really was scared of having to go to college and do shit I did not want to do all fucking day, because I knew that would be just as depressing as high school and just as depressing as middle school. And so I was just making videos every day. But the problem was that I didn't know what videos would fucking work. And it wasn't until I paid somebody else, a mentor with 1 million subscribers, to helped me learn the basics of YouTube that I finally figured out how everything worked. And what he gave me was a 4-step blueprint to not only coming up with great ideas and packaging them with great thumbnails and titles, but producing the videos in a way that I actually enjoyed that also got me results. And within just 3 months, I was able to make money from YouTube, whatever. And so in this video, I'm gonna give you the 4-step blueprint so that you can do the same. That was proof before I got 1 billion views. Promise, so you can do the same. Plan, 4-step blueprint, picture, you know, I'm not editing the video, but say this was the picture. Pain, the pain was pretty obvious. So that's it. That's essentially it. That's how you hook someone. And just write it out. I recommend scripting your hooks. I don't necessarily recommend scripting everything else. If you're not a writer, I enjoy writing, so I like doing it sometimes. But like, for example, this video isn't scripted, and if you're still watching at this point, I at least hope you're enjoying it somewhat. But yeah, so you're gonna wanna write it out, and then you're gonna wanna read over it and be like, is that how I would say it? And then change a few words, because you probably write differently than you speak. And then be like, read over it again. What words can I simplify? What words can I remove? Which parts don't even matter? What part am I just saying words that are kind of filler words and don't really add value to the story? And what part am I, how can I simplify, and how can I make this shorter and easier to understand for everybody watching? And so it's almost like if you have, hold on, this is gonna be helpful. Just give me a sec. It's kind of a journey you want to take people on. And so say the beginning of your video. This is fire. This is pain. And then this is I don't know what that is. It's the desired situation. Whatever the fuck. I don't know. And this is the start of your video, right here. And what you're gonna wanna take them on is a journey. And so whether it goes up or down, you wanna try to get it down as far as possible so they feel the pain, up as far as possible so they know the desired situation they're going towards, so that they understand, they realize you understand their pain, and it also amplifies it because you're talking about it and describing it in a way that brings it up in the moment, so they start feeling those emotions they don't want to feel, going towards the desire so that they start feeling the emotions they do want to feel and start visualizing, holy fuck, like if this dude understands my situation and he can get me to this point, then I'm still going to watch these 3 fucking steps. And so that's basically what it is. You want to take them on a little ride from down to up, from up to down. That's what the story is. So yeah, little thumbnail. Yeah, no, that's not going to be the thumbnail. Yeah, and so that's just the hook. And I can't stress how important the hook is. You should spend a fuckload of time on the hook. The packaging and the hook are way more important than the rest of the video. Because the thing is, if you're good at what you're talking about, if you know what you're talking about and good at what you do, you should be able to deliver the rest of the video. And I'm gonna give you simple frameworks to do that, but you should know what you're talking about. And if you know what you're talking about, you should be able to talk about it without having, you know, everything scripted out perfectly. And that's a skill as well. And so the more videos you make, the more articulate you'll become. The better you'll be able to follow your train of thought without, you know, losing it. So the next thing you need to do after mastering your hook is structure. So, you know, if you write your hook, you got some kind of plan, follow the plan. And that's basically it. And so the structure I like to follow, if I'm scripting out my videos, is, so a hook, that's the beginning. And then I go, so step. And so the first step here is like click. And you can do step, key point, secret, whatever it is, whatever you're doing. Step, story. And you can also like, you can add in problem. So sometimes, you know, you mix it up. So hook, step, problem, story, benefit, strategy, example. So, you know, do the whole hook, then the step. So the first step is you gotta get people to click. Because the thing is, if you don't get people to click, they don't watch. That's the problem. And you wanna go deeper into it, and then, you know, I remember when I couldn't get people to watch, I was struggling with this shit, and eventually once I realized how to get people to watch, I got this clear benefit. And so once you get people to watch, once you get people to click, all you need to do is make the rest of the video. And the thing is, that's gonna be really easy. And the hardest part is just getting them to click. And so, yeah, once you do this, the blah, 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 result, benefit. And so here's how to actually do it. So hook, step, problem, story, benefit, strategy. How do you actually do it? Just fucking educate, bro. Value per second. And then, you know, give a little example. So an example I like to give, and I should think of more examples for this, but an example I like to give for a hook is like, instead of, why did I say instead of? I don't know. Imagine that you're outside of a bakery and it says best bread in the world, and you walk in and it's all dusty and there's like a little 12-year-old that has like mud on his face that's over the counter, and he's like, hey man, he's actually smoking a blunt as well. Hey dude, do you want some bread? And it like smells like shit in there. You're gonna go away. But if you walk in and immediately you see a French dude over the counter, and he's like, oh, bonjour my friend, come in, we have best bread in the world. And then it smells great, and you smell the fresh bread, and everything's clean and whatever. That's a good first impression. And so that's the kind of the experience you want to give when people click on your video. It's like walking into that bakery and having a good experience, rather than people clicking on some shiny thumbnail and then you're like in a dark room with no editing or whatever. Yeah, so if like you had Iman Gadji thumbnails, people expect the best bread in the world, and then if you're just in a room talking like me, you're not really gonna get them to watch. And so I'm not setting that expectation, which is why this video could actually work. So that's a little example of the examples. Now, you don't have to do this. You can do hook, story, step, example. You can do whatever combination of these or whatever. Like a lot of times I'll do all of these for one step, and then for the next step I'll just do a story and then the strategy. And then for the next step I just do problem, benefit, strategy, because I can't think of a story for it. And so these aren't black and white rules. You just want to structure your video. And the whole video, it shouldn't just be how-to. You should include stories in it. You should include examples, so that people can actually visualize what you're talking about and understand why they should do it. Because if you just do how-to, you need to get people to click. So make thumbnails like this and do hooks like this and do this, and this. Nobody's gonna do it. But since I'm talking about when I didn't do it, I got these horrible results that you're not gonna wanna go through. Like all these struggles I had, it sucked, and you don't want that, so do this. That's way better because it's just convincing. And that's how education works. Like it's not just how-tos, it's not just tutorials. And especially like on YouTube, when retention matters, stories are great. And not only do stories increase your retention because they're actually a bit entertaining, but they help your viewer remember the advice. So if I just said, make a thumbnail, or your thumbnails need to be good, you're not gonna remember it. Or if I just said, you know, the 5 click triggers are this, and this, you're not gonna remember it. But since I gave examples of it, or since I gave an example of the hook thing, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, the importance of hooks. Because like imagine you go into a bakery and it just smells bad. Like what the fuck? And so that's just like a memorable thing. You can even fucking smell the bread when I'm talking about it. At least I can. You ever walk into like a cookie bakery and it's just like, oh, so good. But yeah, and so people will come back to your videos because they changed behavior and got good results because of watching your videos. And so if you want to grow your audience and not just funnel cold viewers into your audience and out and they'll never watch your videos again, you want to actually grow it and people spend tons of time watching your videos and then actually end up liking you and trusting you and clicking on every video and then telling their friends like, hey, you got to go watch this guy's videos. They're really helpful. You got to actually give them advice and educate them in a way that they're actually going to change their behavior. And so you need to convince them. It's kind of like sales. And if you're a copywriter or good at sales, you can really use that to crush YouTube. Because it's essentially just copywriting. But it's essentially just communication. Like if you're good with people, you can be good with YouTube, because all YouTube is people watching your videos. Like I'm not talking to this camera right now like it's a camera. I'm talking to it like the same way. I was on a group call earlier, coaching a bunch of my community members, and this is how I talk to them. So, same thing. Now with stories, your stories, I'm not the best storyteller in the world, so I can't like give you like insanely good storytelling advice. But you basically just want to, like I said, take them down to the dumps and up to heaven. Down to hell, up to heaven. And you want to eliminate every time you say and then. So if I was trying to tell you a story of how I went from depressed to happy, I'm not going to be like, I was in my room, I woke up, and then I sat up, and then I realized that I was unhappy, and then I went to my mirror, and then I looked at myself, and then I felt shame because I was ugly. And then I opened my phone, and then and then is what a lot of people default to because they don't know how to tell stories. What you want to say is, but, so, therefore. I don't really say therefore, but some other words. And because of that, I remember I wonder if I could tell a real story. It's probably too brutal. I remember I was up at 4 a.m. Or it started this way. I remember one of the worst nights of my life. I was 15 years old. Oh shit, now I was 14. So I remember one of the worst nights of my life. I was 14 years old, laying in my bed. It was 4 a.m. and my eyes were wide open. And I just felt like I couldn't feel anything. And so I was trying to think of like people I love. I was trying to get myself excited to go to school tomorrow. But everything just felt so hopeless. And so what I did instead of going to sleep was call Batman. And you're like, what? Yeah, that's not a real story. But I didn't say, and then I did this, and then I did this. I was saying, I felt this, but it was like this. And so what I did instead was this. And that's just kind of like little dot points for like, these are things that happen in the story. And you're going like that. And you're going like that, and you're going like that from one to the next. And that's easy to follow. Whereas, I was going like this, and then I was going like this, and then this happened, and then it was fucking la 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 la. Like, that's just boring. And it doesn't even need to be stories from your own life. So if you have clients you've worked with, tell stories about them. If you have a friend who's struggled with some problem, tell a story about him or her. If you can also make up a story, like for example, when I was talking about curiosity apps in the last video, I was like, maybe one time when you were a kid in school, your friend came up to you and put his hand on your shoulder and he said, "Hey, I have a secret, but I'll tell you later." And then you just got pissed off because now you know that there's a secret he has and you can't know it, and you just wish you could know the secret. And that's all you want now. And you're just annoying your friend, you're slapping him in the face because he won't tell you the secret. And that's the same way YouTubers get you to click. They give you something that you want, but then don't let you have it and make you click to find out. And so that's not a real story. Those things happen in school, but it's like, maybe one time this happened to you. And that's just an example, something people can visualize in their head to really remember the advice, the information. So yeah, deliver value, get people to watch in a structured way. That's what happens. Hook your viewers and then deliver value in a structured way. Tell stories so that they remember. Simplify everything. You don't want to try to sound smart. Clear, not clever. And then the last thing is if you want to make money from YouTube. So if you have this audience, what do? Well, a lot of people fuck up because they treat YouTube as if it's like an advertising platform. And they don't see their viewers as people, they see them as like leads or as like just numbers. And so how can I get the most money out of these numbers? And I'm gonna make a whole VSL and just post it straight onto YouTube. Or in the beginning of their video, they're like, welcome back to another video. By the way, I just launched my one-to-one coaching program, so make sure to sign up below right now if you haven't already. Make sure to go right now and also subscribe and also like the video and also comment what you liked about the video. It's like, dude, the video hasn't even fucking started. And so everybody's clicking off because you're just asking from them. And it's so clear, especially in like the online business space when people are just making videos for money. And then like I make videos for money, but you can tell that I understand I have to actually deliver. And so I'm not going to tell you, you know, click the link below and join SchoolTube. Oh, wait, I just did. At the beginning of the video, because I haven't given you shit yet. You can tell I understand that I have to give you clarity. I have to give you a ton of value so that you actually go out, implement my advice, get results, and then go like, yo, I actually got results from Kai just from a free video. I wonder what his paid thing is. Like, that must be even better. And you can tell the people that understand that versus the people that are like, they're just like, 7 tips to get rich. Make sure to join my one-to-one VIP coaching program right now, course 997, buy it or else you're stupid. So how do you actually get people, how do you actually sell to your audience without getting them to hate you? Well, you fucking deliver here. You deliver a lot. You know, you get them to watch the whole video. And then how to get them to actually buy is by telling them using little call to actions. So there's a few different things you do. A little call to action, like in the first, you can do this in the first third of your video, in the middle of it, and at the end. I wouldn't try to do it all the time, but like you'll get the most people if you do it in the first third of your video, because at the end of your video, way less people are watching. Now there is a benefit to not asking at all and just giving value, because you know you need to have a good ask to give ratio, but you can make your asks not even feel like an ask. And you know, if you want the free resource to doing that, I have it down below in you know, that was a lie. But that was an example. I don't actually have a free resource for you at the moment. Besides all these videos, those are my free things. But that was a little example of like integrating something I'm talking about currently. And by the way, if you want a little extra help with that, then I have a thing that you can find down below that's completely free. And anyways, what you have to do to get people to buy is blah, blah, blah. So it's just little integrations that don't even feel like asks. And you can use, like the best thing for this is a lead magnet, so something that's free. By the way, if you want my free blueprint to losing 50 pounds in 50 days, that's unrealistic, but you can find it down below. That's it. Click the link below. That's it, and then keep delivering value in the video. Don't do this big, huge integration where it's like a minute, you're talking about all the benefits of it and whatever, because your viewer retention is going to drop off, and your video is going to bomb, and less people are going to see your video. And like the whole purpose of posting YouTube videos is to get people to spend a ton of time with you and to give a ton of value to the most people possible. And when that happens is at roughly about 7 hours of, like, once people watch you for 7 hours, then they're like, holy shit, like they develop a relationship with you, essentially. They want to marry you. No, they trust you. So once people spend about 7 hours with you, they start to trust you and like really like you. And so at that point, they may have heard a few CTAs from you. At that point, if you do another one, they're going to click and they're going to buy, most likely. So the point of YouTube videos is to warm up and nurture your audience and, you know, get new leads and give value to a bunch of people, even if they're never going to buy. Because positive, you know, goodwill, positive word of mouth is extremely important. But getting people to buy is as simple as saying a little sentence integrated into your video, maybe twice. So in the first third and at the end, you can do that. I usually just leave it till the end or in the middle or something. I don't really plan my CTAs very well. I probably will in the future though, but right now I'm just trying to build the channel. So you can either do, get the free, get my lead magnet down below. You don't say lead magnet. get my free thing down below. It's completely free, whatever. Or if you have a paid thing, that's also fine. And by the way, if you want to work with me one-on-one, just click the link below, fill out the form, and who knows, we may end up on a call next week. And if not, no worries. But anyways, get back to the video, you know? So that's basically it. That's how to get people from YouTube to your funnel or to your offer. For me, it's like to a school community. I don't even have a funnel. But then once they're there, that's how to send traffic from YouTube. Once they're there, you have to get them to buy. And so it's a very similar process to actually hooking them. It's creating an irresistible offer. If you don't have Alex Hormozi's book, just buy it, stupid head. That's an example of someone who gives so much value that I am giving positive word of mouth for him. Who knows, maybe thousands of people will see this very moment where I'm telling you to buy Alex Hormozi's book because it is 100,000% worth it. And if you don't want to buy it, the audiobook is free on Spotify, and he has a free course about making offers and getting leads at acquisition.com. And the only reason I would promote Alex Hormozi is because his stuff is so good. And it literally gives me like if some of you have never heard of $100 million offers or $100 million leads, it gives me status for me to tell you about that. Because you go, oh, fuck yeah, Kai just recommended this thing to me. And once you buy it, I know you're gonna love it. That's how good it is. And so you wanna make content that's that good. And that's very, very hard to do, but just like strive towards that. So we can't all be Alex Hormozi, but we can strive towards being Alex Hormozi. So you need to create an offer that's really fucking good. You can do market research. So if you have an audience, I assume a lot of you already have like, all right, I'm gonna do one-on-one coaching, or I'm gonna sell a course, and it's gonna be about this. It's gonna be about how to do this. And so this video isn't teaching you how to create an offer, but you need to have an offer that's really good. And then you need to have a VSL that's really good. And essentially what I'm not gonna teach you how to do those things in this video. Like, you can join my community if you really want that. But it's very similar. So what does your audience want? What do they not want? Can you take them from where they are to where they want to be? What is your unique mechanism in doing so? And how can you convey that to them and convince them that it's, like with a hook, you're convincing people that it's going to be a good idea to watch. With the VSL, video sales letter, you're convincing people that it's going to be a good idea to buy. And it's a very, very, very similar framework. Obviously, a VSL is going to be longer than a hook. But it's so simple that you can take the principles that I taught you in Watch and apply them to getting people to buy through VSLs, through creating an offer. So if you do weight loss, then it's like, I help men in their 30s lose 20 pounds in 90 days. So tangible things are great. You just want to like, and if you don't know what people want, I recommend doing competitor research. So what are competitors doing? And you can look at like other people that are making content that you want to make or that you are currently making. What are they selling? And make sure they are actually making money from it, because a lot of people are selling shit that sucks and they don't make any money, and then people copy them and then they don't make any money because they're copying a flawed system. But what you also want to do, and this is one of the best things to do, and this is one of the things that has benefited me the most, is having calls with people. So like your audience, the people that watch your videos. You can make a community post and just say, hey, I'm doing a little bit of market research to figure out how I can best help you guys. I have a free, you can have a free call with me where I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to, get to know my audience and figure out how to help them the best. And then you ask them a bunch of questions. What's the biggest problem in your life? What's your goals? Why do you want it? How much do you want? By what time do you want it? What's stopping you from getting there? It's basically a sales call without selling. This is helping you understand what your audience wants. And eventually, after doing 15, 20, 30 calls, you'll be like, okay, everybody maybe they want to lose weight. That's like very common. And most people want to lose 15 pounds in 90 days. Boom, that's your offer. Lose 15 pounds in 90 days by using the blueprint, whatever, name it. Just buy Alex Hormozi's book already. He'll help you create a great offer. And that's basically it. So you get people to click on your videos, you get people to watch your videos, simple call to action, good offer, get them to buy, fucking deliver, make sure they have an incredible experience, charge what it's worth. Usually it's gonna be more than what you think. And get case studies, get testimonials, and then it's just cycle. Make another great piece of content, get them to click, watch, buy, click, watch, buy. And don't do shit you don't want to do. So there's always going to be shit we have to do that we don't want to do. But specifically with content, I think a lot of people think they have to do editing. They think they have to script word for word every fucking thing. They think they need this whole production team, and it burns them out, and they stop making content because they're like, this sucks. Why don't I just, do outreach or whatever? Because that works and it's more consistent, and I know if I do this, this, and this, that equals 1 lead. And that's just because you're burning yourself out doing shit you don't want to do. Whereas if you just figure out the fundamentals of getting people to click, getting people to watch, and getting people to buy, you can do all that by just making videos like I just made. An uncut video, unscripted, unedited. How did I do that? Why are you still watching? I don't know, but you better subscribe. And one more thing is that subscribe. This might be the most valuable YouTube video about YouTube that you've ever watched, because I'm taking everything that I learned from getting over 2 million subscribers, meeting Alex Hormozi and Sam Ovens, and working with hundreds of entrepreneurs over the last year. I'm taking all of that information and compressing it into 5 video ideas that you can use to build your personal brand. And so for each idea, I'm gonna give you the title framework. I'm gonna give you the thumbnail framework. I'm gonna give you the structuring template. It's all for free to download down below, completely free. This is the 5 video ideas to build your personal brand. God damn it. This is 5 video ideas to build your personal brand for my 500 subscriber special on this new channel. So we're gonna start with the actual structuring of the video, because every video idea that I give you, the structuring remains the same. And so the structuring goes like this. Starts with a hook, then goes into a story, then goes into the problems, then goes into the processes, and then goes into the benefits, and then the examples. Let me break that down for you, make it as simple as possible. So for the hook of the video, you need to give the viewer proof that they can trust you. You need to give the viewer a clear benefit of watching the video, and you need to give the viewer an overview of what the video is going to be. And that's exactly what I did in the beginning of this video. I pointed to those YouTube plaques so you know, hey, I'm knowledgeable on this, you can actually trust me. I showed the picture of me with Hormozi and Sam Ovens, showing that I won their business contest, and I essentially know what I'm talking about. So there's my proof for you. And then the clear benefit of watching this video is that well, I mean, I didn't explain that the video ideas are gonna help you, but it's just very clear. The video ideas that will help you build a personal brand. If you want to build a personal brand, that's essentially what you want. So the benefit is clear. And then a little overview of what the video is. I just told you exactly what's gonna happen. I'm gonna give you these 5 video ideas, and I'm gonna tell you these things, and all of the resources that I talk about are completely free in the first link below. Yeah. No sign up or anything. If you want to sign up to Cortex, it's also free, but you don't even have to. So that is essentially what the hook is. Because if you think about it logically, why the fuck would you trust somebody for absolutely no reason? Why would you watch a video that you don't even know the benefit of? And why would you go into something blindly without knowing what's going to happen? It's just a few human things that people need to understand to be able to go forward with the investment of their time. So the next is stories. So I usually start with, all right, this is what's I'm a professional. This is what's happening in the video. You're gonna get this result. Boom. All right. Step 1. Actually, before I even go into step 1, I tell a story. So that's why we're on stories. And so the simple thing about stories is replace and then with but and so. So everybody I see who's not everybody, but a lot of people make this mistake where they are like, okay, I'm gonna tell a story, my story, and they say it's like self-improvement. Say, I was 16. I was very depressed. I did drugs, and I scrolled on my phone a lot, and then I would watch porn, and then I would do more drugs. And it's like, dude, that's not relatable. Sure, that's all horrible and great. I mean, not great, but that's the point. But if you simply replace and then with so and but, you get a much better story. And if you go into vivid detail instead of saying, I was this, I was this, I was this, like actually say what it felt like, it's actually a lot more relatable. So if I'm trying to convince you that you need video ideas, I'm gonna say, I remember when I first started YouTube, I was so ambitious. I just wanted 10,000 subscribers so badly. I'd visualize it every single night. But I would wake up hoping I would gain more subscribers. And this one morning I remember I had actually lost 5 subscribers. And I just started crying. Like everything felt darker. My room smelled like murky because I didn't even, this is a fucking fake story. But I was gonna say, it's really, really shitty. The situation's so bad that this actually ended up happening, and so I felt this way. And I wanted this so bad, but I just couldn't get it. And it was until a more successful YouTuber just gave me video ideas, and so I didn't even have to think, that my channel finally blew up. And it's like, great, if that was a real story, then that'd be perfect to show you the value of video ideas. But I kind of just fucked that up because this is unscripted, and you know what we run into. But essentially, for the stories, you just got to think about like, all right, what's some relatable pain that the viewer's probably going through? So if you're like a really obvious one is if you help people like relieve back pain or relieve some kind of physical pain, then the pain's fucking obvious. If you're going through this, watch this video. And you can tell a story about, I used to not be able to even get out of bed. Like I would feel like this, and because of this, like my whole life was suffering and my relationships were suffering. And like think about what your avatar is really going through and try to relate to that. And so for stories, like I put stories in front of every step often or after a step. And so if I say, so step 1 is to set goals. I remember when I didn't used to set goals, blah, 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 blah. This whole story about it. So you can just think about what actually made you learn that lesson to the point where now you're teaching it. And if you can find that one story, that's usually the best story to tell. But yeah, that's it for stories. I don't need to go too deep in that. I just went to the store and got a vitamin water. And so the next thing, after your hook, after your story, is to go deeper into the problem. So you want to make the problem relatable. And you can do this through your story, but you also want to talk about like things that not only you've been through, just like talk about the problem and how bad it can make your life. So if you don't have video ideas, how are you ever going to make content? So sure, you can be the best editor in the world. You can be the best thumbnail designer in the world. You can be all these things. But if you don't have a proven video idea that is going to carry everything else through, then you can't even get to making the video. And if you're not making videos, you can't make money. And if you don't make money, then you can't buy food, and then you die. So that sucks. And you don't want to die, so you're going to need these 5 video ideas. That's funny. These should be true. I'm making them up right now as examples, but it should be obvious that these should be true. So it goes hooks, story, problems. You really want to agitate the problem and just make it feel more dramatic, and talk about like this is where it's going to lead if you don't actually solve this now. And just make the viewer really want to solve the problem. And then we go into processes. So how do they actually solve the problem? This could also just be called solution. And this is your time to show that you know what you're talking about. So I assume if you're making a video trying to help somebody, making educational content, you know what you're talking about. It'd be pretty stupid if you didn't. So you should share how you basically solved the problem or achieved the goal, and then share how the viewer could do the same. So if I'm making a video about how to produce music, how to make a UK drill beat, sure. Then I'm going to talk about like, okay, yeah, for a UK drill beat, it's different kind of content. But say I'm educating you on like beliefs, like mindset shifts to let go of limiting beliefs. I don't know. Then I'm going to talk about the process that actually took me from having so many limiting beliefs and because of that, not taking action on the things I need to do to, you know, what did I actually do to get rid of my limiting beliefs and replace them with beliefs that are going to push me forward. And so like, what is that? Visualization? Is it affirmations? Is it different exercise? Is it journaling? Is it meditating? It doesn't matter. Just explain what it is and how to do it. And like, it's just basically take your viewer from A to Z. And if you don't know how to do this, you shouldn't be making the video. So the next thing you want to do is talk about the benefits. And so you've talked about the problems, you made it really painful, now you've given them the solution. Now you want to hype them up and say, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be a little bit of work. If you want to get a six-pack, truth is, it's not just a diet change that's going to get you a six-pack. It's you got to do these exercises and you got to do them every day. And so, but the benefit of doing them is that you're going to get so many girls and you're going to be so cool and such high status and whatever. So talk about like the benefits that people really want and just like hype them up. Go into detail to motivate and inspire the viewer to take action. That's pretty clear. You don't need to go too hard on this one. And especially the last one, it's not even required. This one is examples. So give related or unrelated examples to help the viewer understand. So, I mean, this is kind of what I've been doing this whole time. Because if I just told you, all right, the process is hooks, problems, process, whatever. But an example for the example, holy shit balls. I gave an example the other day about why hooks matter. And it's because, say there's, this is the example I gave. It's, imagine you see a bakery and outside it says best bread in the world. And the outside looks incredible. And so it gets you to walk into the door. That's essentially, you know, the analogy of the thumbnail and title, or metaphor. I don't know what the actual word is. Metaphor. So they get you to walk into the store, but when you walk in, it smells kind of gross, and there's like a 12-year-old boy over the counter that's like, "Hey, do you want some bread?" And you're like, "What the fuck did I just walk into?" And who knows? Maybe they still had the best bread in the world, but you're not going to buy it because as soon as you walk in, you had a shitty experience. Instead, if you walked in and there's a French dude over the counter and he's, "Oh, bonjour, my friend. Come in. We have the best bread." And it smells amazing and everything's clean and shiny and like the bread is presented in a nice way. And then it's like, it immediately confirms that like, yes, this is why I walked in. I want to try the best bread in the world. And here's this dude confirming my suspicion, not a suspicion. I don't know. You know what I mean? So there's a little example of an example to give you an example. Now, for the actual video ideas, let's get to it. Video idea number 1. I failed at topic until I learned this. So an example is, I failed at YouTube until I learned this. I recently saw someone actually make this video and it has like 100,000 views. I failed at basketball until I learned this. And this essentially uses the click triggers of curiosity. So it makes the viewer think, oh, what is this? I want this result. I want to get better at YouTube, or I'm failing at YouTube as well. What is this? I need to learn what this is so that I can get the result I want. It also goes at the trigger of insecurity. And so what pain are they having? What problem are they having? Well, they're failing at YouTube probably. And so they want to know, or they're failing at whatever the topic, your topic is. So fitness, or I failed to get a six-pack, or I failed to grow my biceps, whatever. And so you're tapping into their pain, their relatable pain, and then interesting them with whatever this is makes them think, if I click this, I'm gonna get what I want. And then it's also the connection. Because for you to be vulnerable to say, hey, I failed at this until I learned this, it's connecting to the viewer on a more human level than saying how to blow up your YouTube channel. That might work, but for different reasons than I failed at YouTube until I learned this. It's saying like, hey, I'm not perfect. I honestly was in the same position that you were, but here's this thing that I want to give to you. It's like, there's not that many words. The title's what, 8 words. But it's that layer of connection that actually helps. And so you want to follow the same format of hook, story, problem, process, benefit, example. fill it in. I have the templates for you down below. Very easy. You don't need to script everything. Just literally give an example. Sorry, just literally write bullet points for what you're gonna say, and then you'll be able to practice the skill of making videos off of bullet points that actually take not very long to plan out completely. So it's awesome. Video idea number 2. Watch this if you're in negative situation. So an example is watch this if you're feeling lost, or watch this if you're not getting better at Fortnite. And so this taps into, again, the triggers of insecurity and connection. So the connection, because it's saying, watch this if you're feeling lost. And so it's just a very direct sentence. It's like you're talking directly to the viewer before they even click on the video. And that gets them to connect with you more than 6 ways to get rich quick. That's not anything connected at all. But saying, watch this, I want you to watch this if you are in this negative situation. And then it also obviously uses the trigger of insecurity, because the pain, the struggle, the insecurity they're going through right now is the negative situation, whatever that is, whether it's sucking at Fortnite, feeling lost, being in a rut, being in pain, whatever it is. Video idea number 3. God, I'm so weird. Give me number of minutes and I'll show you how to objective from 0. For example, give me 25 minutes and I'll show you how to build a personal brand from 0. I'm probably gonna make that video in the future. Another example is give me 48 minutes and I'll show you how to quit smoking from 0. And so this taps into longing and connection. Longing because, well, what are people longing for? Well, they're longing for the objective. And so whether that's to build a personal brand or to quit smoking or to get better at Clash of Clans or to, play guitar, that'd be great. What are they longing for? That is the longing trigger. And then it also uses the connection trigger. So it's kind of like a sentence. It's like, hey, give me 5 minutes and I'm going to show you this. And the reason it's connection is because it's kind of like a real sentence. It's not like, 7 hacks to get rich. I'm giving the same example every time. I can't think of something else. But it's, hey bro, give me this amount of time and I'm going to show you how to do what you want. It's way more believable on some level than 7 steps to this. 7 steps to 100K a month is way less believable than give me 70 minutes and I'll show you how to make 100K a month. So, boom. Same framework again. So for the 4th video idea, not 8, 4, is number signs you will be desired situation. So 6 signs you will be a millionaire, or 6 signs you will make the NBA. And so it's essentially, it taps into curiosity and it taps into longing. So curiosity, because it's like, okay, what are the signs? I hope I'm on the right path. I think it's one of the most rewarding video ideas because it's like, it's not any action-based shit. It's not like, okay, how to do this. Those videos are great. Those videos have their place, obviously, but like 7 signs that you're on the right track or that you will end up getting what you want is so motivating, and people love to be motivated intrinsically. So, 6 signs you'll be a millionaire. Someone who wants to be a millionaire is like, I just want to know what those signs are so that either I can be happy if I have them, or I can learn from them and learn the reason I don't have them so that I can get them, or I can do the right stuff to, have those signs. So yeah, it really just taps into what people are longing for, and then the curiosity is, what are the signs? The 5th video idea is, you've probably seen this framework before, how I achieved goal so you can just copy me. Another thing is like step by step how I achieved goal so you can just copy me. And this taps into, or let me go through the examples first. How I make 50K a month so you can just copy me. How I made the NBA so you can just copy me. How I paint landscapes perfectly so you can just copy me. This taps into longing, connection, and knowledge. So knowledge, that's a new one. Longing, because obviously achieved goal, 50K a month, make the NBA. What does your avatar want? What are they longing for? And then connection is, because it's a way more normal sentence. Hey, this is how I did this so you can just copy me. Especially that word just it puts it on a different level. And it's also how I did this. It's not how to make 10K a month, it's how I made 10K a month. And so that goes into knowledge. And knowledge is like expertise and authority. So why should people trust you before they even watch the video? So if I said how I got 2 million subscribers so you can just copy me, that would make you trust me immediately, especially if I show the subscriber plaque in it, because it's like, okay, this dude actually did what he said he did, and I want to copy him so I can get that same result. And then you go through the simple hook, story, problem, process, benefit, and example. So if you found this video valuable and you want me to make 10 video ideas that will get you clients, help you build your personal brand, and do all the work for you, then subscribe, because I will do that at 1,000 subscribers. And if you want 100, maybe I shouldn't commit to that, then get me to 10,000 subscribers on this new channel. I hope you all enjoyed. Subscribe, comment, do something. Link below. Get Cortex, it's completely free, it's incredible, it's what I use to plan all my videos. Goodbye. So I've been doing YouTube for about 5 years, and I remember when I first started, I used to freak out about like every video. Like I thought I had to script and edit everything or else nobody would want to watch my video, it'd get 0 views. And it actually led to me getting pretty burnt out because I was just forced to do work that I hated just for my content to perform. That's what I thought. But after I just learned this one skill, I took my channel from 100K subscribers to over 1 million subscribers in just a matter of months. And so this one skill will allow you to get more views with actually much less work. And this one skill allows you to create more content in way less time. This one skill will take you from struggling to get views and tired of all the work it takes to make videos to growing faster while enjoying the actual process of creating videos. Imagine that. So in this video, I'm gonna teach you what the skill is, how to learn it, and how to use it effectively in educational content to build a personal brand faster. So people think like you need to edit like Mr. Beast because he gets more views than anybody else. Like you need crazy sound effects, animations, all this shit happening everywhere and whatever. But that's just not how YouTube works. Like you don't just copy Mr. Beast because he gets views. So YouTube tries to recommend the right videos to the right people. And since you make educational content, I assume, people are looking for a clear result. They want to learn. They want their problem solved. They want to achieve their goal with less effort. And so all you need to do is convince them that your video will get them what they want in the thumbnail and title so that they click. And then in the hook of the video, you have to deliver and exceed their expectations so that they watch. If you get them to click and watch, that's the goal of YouTube, and then you'll get views. So in the beginning of this video, for example, I immediately gave you proof that I am good at YouTube. I showed you those YouTube plaques, and I confirmed that I'm talking about what's in the title, what you read in the title. And I talked about the benefits of learning the skill. That's literally the only reason you're still watching this. So you're not here for fancy editing or sound effects or to be entertained in any way. You just want to know the skill that you need to learn so you can have YouTube success without the shit that you don't want, the annoying tasks that you don't want to do. And you're still here because I convinced you that you have a problem and I have a solution. And if you can't tell by now, that is the skill that you need to learn. So you need to learn how to get your audience to click and watch your videos. Sounds pretty simple, but it goes a bit beyond that. So this one skill is not just the skill of content creation or going viral on social media or something. It's not the skill of thumbnails. It's not the skill of getting high retention. So what exactly is this one skill? This is the skill of value delivery. And when you get better at this skill, you'll get people just like yourself watching a video that has absolutely no stimulation or entertainment value at all of someone just talking about what they want to talk about. You can be that someone. So you can get thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people to tune in and listen to you talk. Nothing else. That's what builds your personal brand. But most people don't understand what value really is, so they struggle to deliver it, obviously. I remember when I first started, when I started my first business, I thought more equals better. So I'm like, okay, I gotta add a bunch of value, then I'm gonna charge for this, and then people are gonna want it because there's so much value. And so I just had this thing, it's like, okay, improve your mental health, improve your fitness, improve this, all these kind of different things. That was just so much shit. and nobody bought. I launched the offer to tens of thousands of people and nobody bought it. It's because it was overwhelming. Like nobody wants to buy a library. That's not helpful. They want to buy one book that's going to help them solve the problem of the stage of life that they're at. So a valuable piece of content is not more equals better. It's something that is as long as it needs to be and as short as it can be, that contains the most effective information for someone to change their behavior and get the result that they want. It could be like solving a problem, achieving a goal, making progress towards something. So your video should save them time, save them money. It should make it simpler, it should make it easier, and it should make it faster. That's how you help people, essentially. And not only does it have to be all of these things, but you also have to get them to click on the video and watch it from the beginning. So you can't just have an amazing video because really, if they don't click, they don't watch. That's what I heard from Mr. Beast. So you do need to master thumbnails and titles and hooks, which is actually easier than you think. Most people get this wrong, but we'll talk about this at the end of the video. So value delivery. How do you actually learn this skill? Well, I assume you're good at whatever you help people with, right? Or else you probably shouldn't be helping them with it. But if you have that down, let's hope you do. The next part's pretty simple. Repetition. The same way you learn any skill, really. You do it more. So this is why I'm coaching people, or when I'm coaching people to help them grow a personal brand with simplistic YouTube videos, link down below, start for free. I have them make daily videos. And this isn't because quantity matters more than quality. We all know the well-known equation, quality over quantity. It always wins. But what most people don't understand is that quality is literally built by quantity. So Mr. Beast didn't get good at YouTube by starting his channel with the best videos possible. That would be stupid. He just made thousands and thousands of videos over many, many years and consistently improved them. And by doing that, he gained the skills necessary to actually create great content with editing. And I heard a wise quote from one of the members in my community. A highly edited video from an unexperienced creator is like a fat chick with makeup. It doesn't really help. So practicing content creation as much as possible is a great idea. And that's going to be the only way that you can actually improve and learn this skill as fast as possible. So that and using the skill effectively. So how do you use this skill effectively to grow a personal brand with educational content on YouTube? Well, the one biggest constraint I see in the majority of people trying to grow on YouTube is that their packaging sucks. So packaging is like the idea, title, and thumbnail. For this, you need to have a really deep understanding of what gets people to click. So I go over this in depth in my course, the YouTube Blueprint, link down below. But essentially, there's 5 triggers that get people to click. I use the acronym CLICK for it. So it's very convenient, very easy to remember. So the first thing is your title and thumbnail should make people curious. Or it should be about something that people are longing for. Or it should be about something people are insecure about. Or it should be, it should make them feel connected to you on a human level so that they actually trust you. And the last is knowledge. So it should show your maybe expertise or authority. And this is the CLICK framework. So curiosity, longing, insecurity, connection, knowledge. If you apply a combination of those triggers to your titles and thumbnails, then you'll tap into what your target audience really wants. I don't know if I'm going to change this title, but it's learn this skill and you'll never have to script or edit your videos again. Something like that. And so that is basically insecurity. So tapping into what people don't want. You'll never have to script and edit your videos again. So that's a pain, that's a problem. If you hate editing and scripting your videos, that's basically it. And then curiosity is learn this skill. You clicked because you don't know what this is. If I said, learn to deliver value and you'll never have to script or edit your videos, there's no point of clicking on that video because you're like, okay, fucking value, what do you mean? But I got you curious and then eventually I told you it's value delivery. And now that I pre-sold you what it actually was, you're interested in hearing how it works. So apply a combination of that CLICK acronym and you'll tap into what your target audience really wants, getting them to click. Even with this, most people have a hard time coming up with titles and thumbnails themselves. I saw Iman Gaji recently gave away 15 title frameworks in his new $1,000 program. which is great. That actually gets people to, you know, you can just copy and paste it. But 15, I looked at them, they kind of suck. So I made 500 title frameworks and 25 plug and play thumbnail templates with simple tutorials to go along with it. It just makes packaging as easy as possible. I put them in my program. You can start for free, link down below. But yeah, that's how to get people to click. And then you need to get them to watch. So to do this, the hook of your video needs to be good. So like in the beginning of my video, I showed you my plaques, right? I showed you my plaques and I said, I've been doing YouTube for 5 years. I used to struggle with this and then I learned this. And so immediately trust me. So the first thing is your audience needs a reason to trust you. And so that could be what you've done. That could be some result you've gotten or something you've done. You could say, I've made 100 videos, this is what I learned, or I got 1 billion views, this is what I learned. People want both. So if you don't have the outcome, you can talk about the input. I've been doing this for 5 years, whatever. So they need some reason to trust you. And then another thing I said was, in this video, I'm gonna tell you what the skill is, how to learn it, and how to use it effectively. And so that's the plan for the video. And now that I've sold you on the skill of that, you wanna know all those 3 things. The skill, the one skill that I'm talking about, you want to know, all right, how do I learn this skill? How do I use it effectively? What the fuck even is the skill? Since I tell you the plan of the video, you have kind of an expectation. You have grounding in what the video is. Okay, this is what I'm going to get. And then the next thing, very important, is you need to make the benefit of watching the video very clear. And so I talked about the problems. Editing and scripting your videos and you're still not getting views. Why are you putting in so much effort without even getting a return on your effort? You're gonna get burnt out, and I shared my story of how I got burnt out, and then once I changed and understood this one skill, I got the result I wanted. So watching the video, the benefit of watching the video is very clear. You can solve this, you don't have to do this painful stuff anymore, and you get more of what you want. Less of what you don't want, more of what you do want. Benefit's clear. So your viewer needs to know why they should trust you, the plan of the video, a little overview of what the video is, and the clear benefit of watching the video. And then you just deliver value concisely. So yeah, subscribe if that was helpful. Bye. If you know me, you probably know I'm pretty retarded. And I'm also pretty lazy because I don't really do anything that I don't want to do.
My understanding of you, Kai, is that you don't really do things you don't want to do.
But somehow I still made over 6K last week, about 5K here on school, and then YouTube's paying me a bit over $100 a day. I've also blown up 4 YouTube channels, which you can see there. And even Alex Ramosi thinks, you know, Kai's good. So in this video, I'm gonna tell you how I make a full-time living doing only what interests me, not doing anything I don't wanna do, and still acting like a retard most of the time. So we're gonna go over 4 things, and these images are gonna make sense in a minute. The last thing is terrifying, and it's actually the most terrifying thing you could probably do in your entire life. And you're not gonna wanna do it, but I'm going to try to convince you to do it because it is the actual big unlock. The first thing, this is what we're gonna start with. This is following your curiosity and mastering something. And so my entire life, I have been a very obsessive person. And for people who do not have this natural kind of obsessive inclination, you have to choose it. You have to kind of do it manually, just like you're now manually blinking. But anyways, I've always been obsessed with shit. So I would get into different like phases of like, all right, I'm obsessed with Rubik's Cubes. My whole life is going to be about Rubik's Cubes now. When I'm 50, I'm going to have the world record Rubik's Cube time. Actually, no, I got bored within a year. Let's go to this thing. So I got obsessed with magic tricks. I'd get obsessed with different video games, and I would just hop from thing to thing to thing to thing. The biggest obsession I probably had was this video game called Geometry Dash, and I ended up actually starting a YouTube channel, my first YouTube channel, about this game. And my YouTube channel is called Kai Guy. You can look it up. And so what I did when I started posting videos was I just started, and I didn't care what they were, because to achieve mastery in anything, to gain your skills in everything, and I learned this because I had learned so many things, because I would not stick with things for very long. I would just learn something, start something else, start something else, start something else, and this taught me the process of learning things quickly. And so instead of like starting and trying to make the perfect video, I just started. And I just started posting, and I posted as much as I could, and I improved something every time. And eventually, after I had posted about 150 videos, I was able to get a decent amount of views consistently, like 10,000 plus views consistently. So I had monetized my channel. I was fucking happy with that. And that was great. And it was actually, now this is my longest obsession. I'm still playing the game actually, so maybe that's a longer obsession. But I've been doing YouTube for 5 years now. I love it. And the reason this applies to you is because you need to find something you're interested in to be able to do it for long enough to gain a valuable skill. And why do you need to gain a valuable skill? Well, it's because if you want to get rich, you need to help people with something. You can gain the skill of advertising and help people advertise. You can gain the skill of growing an audience and either grow your own audience, sell to your audience, whatever, or YouTube, just let YouTube pay you, or you can help other people grow an audience. Or if you're really obsessed with guitar, you can get really good at guitar, learn how to teach guitar. I know somebody who makes a full-time living teaching guitar. My dad also used to do that. And so it's either a problem that you've solved in your life that you can help somebody else solve, a passion that you love that you can help somebody else progress in, or some kind of profession that you're just really good at and that is a skill that other people value. And so whatever it is, try to find something you actually like, because then you'll have less friction to doing it and you'll do more of it and you'll get better at it. So master something. Follow your curiosity and master something. I don't know why I fucking drew an arrow for that. Second, this leads us to point 2, which is build evidence. That's why I have an arrow pointing to these 4 things. You may not, even if you may think you were interested in it, you may not still be watching this video if you didn't see my YouTube plaques. They're not positioned very well. As you can see, I'm not very professional, but 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good telltale sign that I know what I'm doing when it comes to YouTube. And you do not need 4 YouTube plaques to be a YouTube coach. You don't need 5 guitars to be a guitar coach. I don't know. You don't need to start with a bunch of evidence. Obviously, I started before I had the evidence. I started a YouTube channel before I had YouTube plaques. No shit. But if you want to make a lot of money from the thing that you get really good at, the thing that you're curious about, the thing that you keep following, then you're going to need to build some evidence. And so if you are like a guitar coach, or if you want to eventually make money from playing guitar, you need to get really good at guitar. And the evidence that you gain can be guitar songs that you play. It can be really hard guitar songs. And it can also be, take a video of your brother or your friend who's interested in learning guitar, their first time playing guitar, they can't even play it. Take a video a week after helping them, and then a month after, and then a year after, and then say, hey, I helped this person go from this level of skill to this level of skill. Now that's a case study where if somebody else wants to pay you to learn guitar, then you can say, yeah, look, I actually helped this person go from here to here. Is this something that you would want? Boom, I've done it before. It's obvious. The only reason I'm able to make money from helping people grow their audience on YouTube is because I have this wall of proof. I have this evidence. It's undeniable. It's literally physical. And then people can also see my YouTube channels. And so that's great. And the thing about like, if you want to, no matter how you're getting customers, no matter how you're selling to people, if it's growing an audience, if it's running ads, if you're doing outreach, people will trust you more if you've done what you're going to help them do, or if you've helped other people do what you're saying you can help them do. It's a no fucking brainer. You don't need to think about the YouTube algorithm, Instagram algorithm, tips and tricks and hacks, whatever. It's people watching your videos. The algorithm is designed to give the right videos to the right people. And so if you're making videos for somebody on YouTube, all you need to do is make videos that they would want to watch and convince them to watch. And so in the beginning of your video, if you're like, hey, this is how to improve at guitar, they might be like, who the fuck is this guy? But if you're like, I've been playing guitar for 15 years, this is how good I am. And then you play it and they're like, holy shit, bro, I'm gonna listen to this guy. So proof, build evidence, very, very important. Number 2. Number 3 is ignore, say no to the opinions of people who have preferences for you that do not align with your goals. What do I mean by this? This is where the retardedness comes into play. I am retarded because I like being retarded. And no, I don't mean mentally disabled. And if you're offended by that, then I assume you're probably not still watching this video. I think the word retarded is great. But anyways, I am retarded because I enjoy being retarded, and I act retarded with my siblings, and we go like, blah, blah, and we have fun, and it doesn't matter. And a lot of people think like, oh, well, if I want to, start a business or get successful or start a YouTube channel, then I can't be myself. I have to really put on a show in some certain way to entertain people or to show that I'm serious or whatever. And the reason I'm able to act like a retard and still make money and people still trust me is because they could tell it's authentic, and the people who don't like it don't pay me money. And so not everybody in the world is the same. Not everybody wants you to be professional. Not everybody wants you to be retarded. But basically, if you are yourself, you will be able to do what you do for the longest. And if you start to listen to what you think other people want for you, it will be harder to do everything that you do. If I felt like I had to be a certain way for YouTube, or like I can't take my shirt off because people are going to think I'm too skinny, or I can't say retarded because people are going to think I'm what? I don't even know what people would think I am. Mean? I don't know. I guess so. Or like I literally don't even know. I don't give it consideration. It takes energy from you to try to be something different than yourself. It also does take energy to be yourself, because most of us have not been ourselves for most of our lives because we try to fit the opinions of other people. We try to fit into a box, whatever. Say no to all that shit. If you want to be able to do what you want to do, follow your curiosity, make money from something you like doing, you're going to have to be okay with some other people preferring that you live in a different way, preferring that you act in a different way, preferring that you talk in a different way. Probably because they think, oh, what? He can have fun, he can be authentic, he can be himself, and still makes more money than me? Well, I'm here being professional, and I have to do things I don't want to do, and I have to do all this shit that I don't like, and I make $20 an hour or less. Fuck this. That's not real. That's unfair. Fuck you. Bullshit. It literally doesn't exist. A lot of things I've been thinking about this a lot recently, little side tangent. A lot of things we think about don't exist physically, and that doesn't mean they don't matter, but like the opinions of other people, for example, that does not exist physically. If you post a video on the internet, like, you don't want to post like your butt cheeks on the internet, but if you post a video on the internet and you're scared somebody's not going to like it, what's the worst case scenario? Somebody's not going to like it. And maybe you'll feel embarrassed. Does that change where you sleep? Does that change what you eat? Does that change how much money you make? Does that change who you're friends with? Does that change the people who love you, the people who you love? No, it doesn't change anything that actually matters. And so why are you stopping yourself from doing it? Take the risk. Say no. Say no. All of this shit is taking up space in your brain. All of the attention you pay to other people's opinions who you don't even value. You don't want to be like those other people. Why would you take their opinions, bro? What the fuck? Anyways, say no. Just say no all the time. Hey, bro, you want to go for lunch? No. You don't need to give a reason. You don't say, oh, sorry, family dinner tonight, bro. Oh, shit, bro, sorry, not a good day for me. No, dude, I don't really feel like it right now. That's what you say. All right. Or you don't even respond. All right, number 4. This is the real one. No joke. Ghost. This one's to follow your fear. And so, about a year ago, I quit being a gaming YouTuber. It was April of 2022. I had a gaming channel for about 3 years, and I was trying to scale this community that was $9 a month or $10 a month or something. And after 9 months of trying to scale that community into something profitable, I was still losing money. It was making $1,000 a month, not profit, gross revenue. And I was just like, I had enough friends tell me this is stupid for me to be like, all right, this is stupid. Let me do something I actually want to do that's going to make me more money than this gaming thing. And so what I did was I quit. And I started a new business, and I was trying to win the school games. And here's the problem. To win the school games, you need to make a lot of money. That month, the minimum amount of money you could make in new recurring revenue was $40,000, over $40,000. And so I had, because, top 10 people, you might not know what this is. It's the school games. It was a monthly event last year. This year, 2025, it is a quarterly event. Last year, it was much harder to win. And because you had to make a fuckload of money and we're only competing, the top 10 people who made the most money on school basically won. And so I started this new business. I came up with a $999 per month offer. And the problem was that I had to take sales calls. So actually there were multiple problems. I had never done YouTube coaching before. I had never sold something to help somebody with YouTube. I had never hopped on a coaching call before, a one-to-one coaching call. I had never done group coaching call. I had never done paid thumbnails for educational content creators. I had never worked with business owners before. There were so many things that I hadn't done. The most stressful was that I had never done sales calls before. I am totally introverted. I don't like taking phone calls, period, from people I know. I don't like seeing people I know out in public. I don't like talking to people in general. That's not totally true. I like talking to people. But I am super introverted. I like my alone time, got social anxiety. The thought of trying to sell someone something is fucking horrifying. Or at least it was until I had done it hundreds of times. But that was the deal. There was this thing in front of me that I was fucking afraid of, but I knew it was the path to follow. And so I hopped on the path. I created an offer. I reached out to people. I booked sales calls. I took the sales calls. I closed the sales calls. And I made over $57,000 in that month. And recently I'm doing this again. So I'll explain how I made $6K in the past week. But after that month, I decided I couldn't do it anymore. So I had 50 clients that I was supposed to do calls with, group calls, done for you thumbnails, scripting, so much shit. And it was stressing me out so much. I had overworked myself the past month, and this month I was just trying to deliver, but it felt impossible. And I had zero motivation. And so I basically closed down that group. I refunded a bunch of people. I canceled their subscriptions, and I ended up closing that group. And so and that was a year ago. And so for about a year, my income has been very low. But this past week, it has gone up again. And that's because I decided to follow my fear again, which is not very different than last time, except this time it's actually in an offer that I want to deliver on. And so I've created an offer that's about $1,000 that is like a 6-week YouTube growth challenge where I'm not taking one-to-one calls and I'm not doing done for you work, but I'm taking 30 to 50 people, educational creators, through an event where I basically help everybody create great videos together and learn the process of creating great videos. So yeah, join my free community if you want to learn more about that. But that's not the point of this video. So it's basically to think about what are you the most afraid of? Because most likely you do know what to do to take the next step forward. If you're broke and you're new to entrepreneurship and you're like, I just want to get rich, I don't even know where to start. I don't know how I'm going to make $1 million. Most likely you do know where to start because you've been watching these videos and you've heard action steps that you haven't taken. Probably because you're either afraid of wasting your time or you're scared. Afraid or scared. That's the same fucking thing. I'm stupid. So what you need to do is go find the ghost. What is that ghost that you're avoiding? Follow it. It does not end with you dying. It does not end in pain. So here's what's going to happen when you find that ghost, when you find that fear, is you're going to identify it. It's going to be so simple that you're like, this can't be what I need to do. This couldn't possibly be what I need to do because it's so simple and it's so hard and scary. It's so hard and scary that you are like, this can't be it. There's got to be something else. There's got to be a simpler way. There's got to be a thing that, maybe it's more complex. That would make more sense. Obviously, making money can't be easy. No, it's not. surrounding yourself with people who would buy your product, getting really good at something, chatting with people, booking calls and closing calls, and then delivering, and then building case studies and getting testimonials and doing more of it. But you may find that very hard and may not understand it. And so here's what it feels like. And this is all I can tell you. I don't know if you want to be a YouTuber. I don't know what you are in your journey, where you are. Here's what I can say. What it feels like to be on the right path is stressful. You feel like you're moving fast, almost too fast. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And so I'm not saying life has to be terrible. I'm not saying that is what it has to be. That's just my experience. The times where I've made the most money, I feel like I'm moving really fast. I am pretty stressed. I tend to overthink things and see maybe I'm doing something wrong. I should probably change this. Oh, fuck. No, I don't know if I want to commit to this. That's how I've learned over time that means I'm doing the right thing, because my best results come after when I feel like that. And the proof of that is that I've done that this past week. And so I basically booked a bunch of calls. I was terrified of taking them. I took them anyway, and I closed the majority of them, actually, which makes me think I should raise my price. Anyways, and that's what it feels like, at least to me. But it gets easier is the thing. It doesn't have to be terrible. You just adjust to it. But you need to challenge yourself. The reason you aren't where you want to be is because you're not doing the things that it would take to be that person. And I know that the kind of things I need to do to get to where I want to be is a lot of calls and I don't necessarily want to take, but I've learned that I don't hate when I'm on the calls. It's not that I don't have a good time. It's just that the anticipation of having calls and having to do something at a certain time is really fucking hard for me and really unnatural for me. I'm very spontaneous, creative, unorganized. That's the kind of person I am. And so to be like, all right, we're doing a call tomorrow at 2 p.m. for an hour, and these are the things we're going to be doing. I hate that. I genuinely hate it. But it's fine. And I want that. And so I'm not saying the whole being retarded and lazy thing. It's not that I do think I'm a pretty naturally lazy person, but it's not doing anything I don't want to do. I do want to do that. It's not that I don't want to do anything that's hard. It's that I don't do anything I don't want to do. And so I do want to do the things that I am scared of, because I've learned that is what gets me the most progress. And so you probably lack skills and knowledge to be able to identify and follow the path that's going to take you to your goals. So how the fuck do you acquire that knowledge? Well, it's very fucking easy. You ask ChatGPT, what do I do? Where do I go? You search on YouTube how to do this. You follow those videos. You click on videos. You actually do what it says to do. And then you do so many repetitions that it would be unreasonable to fail. That's what Alex Hormozi says. And I think it's fucking incredible. It's because a lot of people think making money is just luck. One, it's not. Second, if say it's a 1%, 0.1% chance that each of your videos is going to blow up, well, then just do the math. You got to make 1,000 videos and one of them is going to blow up. And that's an option for you. And so if you're thinking, well, that amount of work isn't worth getting to the life that I want to live, then you really got to question that. That's a new problem you have to solve. And so all of entrepreneurship and getting rich, doing only what you want to do is, and I'm not rich, by the way. This is my parents' house right now. I've made a lot of money from YouTube. I've also spent a lot of money. I make enough money, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say my life is perfect. I'm not trying to say I enjoy every second of my day. I'm not trying to say I make more money than whatever. But if you want to get to that point, the two skills are self-educating and problem solving. That's basically it. I would say I would throw communication in there too, because it's really important, but that's basically problem solve, self-educate, how to be how to get better at communicating, or what problems in your life would communication solve. Therefore, you need to self-educate and get better at communicating. And a lot of self-educating isn't about knowledge, it's about doing it and experiencing it. Anyways, I could rant for a while, but that's essentially it. So to recap, I think I told you I made 6K in the past week. But recap, follow your curiosity and master something. Just figure out, what the fuck do I want to be really good at in 10 years? What do I enjoy doing? What is one of those things you did as a kid and you're just like, man, I want to be the best in the world or whatever. If you just stick with something, and it doesn't have to be like one specific thing, but a general, broad, possibly thing. For me, it's YouTube. I really like YouTube. I like growing audiences. I like figuring out how to do it and doing it over and over again. For some reason, that interests me, and I think it's cool, and luckily, it's a very lucrative thing. Second, build evidence. Do it a lot. Do so many reps that you get amazing. You become top 1%. Third, say no to people and opinions that prefer you live in a different way, that conflicts with your goals, basically. Say no more often to things you don't want to do. Be honest with yourself. Ignore noise. Ignore fluff. It's retarded. 4, find what you're afraid of. Step on the path and follow it. Just do it. Just do it. You're not going to die. You can still eat food. You can still eat food and sleep and take shits and whatever. You're going to be fine. Just fucking do it. So if this was helpful, I hope it was. You can subscribe. And I have a free community where there's a free course about how to grow on YouTube. And then I also am active in that community very often. I post every week and try to give you the best tips and tools that I've gotten to grow my channel on YouTube. And yeah, I've got a very, very insane project I'm working on that is coming soon, and it's going to be sick. So if you want to hear more about that, join the community. You won't regret it. Hope you enjoyed this video, and goodbye. 98.25% of YouTube channels never make it over 10,000 subscribers. I did it 3 times though. 2 channels over 100K and 1 channel over 1 million subscribers. Now let me make something very clear. YouTube is a game. There are winners and there are losers. And there's 8 extremely common mistakes that I'm gonna go over in this video that if you're even making one of them, you will be a loser. So if you're here to win the game of YouTube, then keep watching. The first mistake almost everybody makes is this. And you might hate me for this. It goes against even Mr. Beast's teachings, but it's gonna make sense in a second. Focusing on quality over quantity. Now I know what you're thinking, what the fuck? Quality always wins. We all know, quality over quantity. That's like a equation to the universe. But it's false, and I'm gonna tell you why it's false. What most people fail to understand is that quality here is what you should be shooting for. But how do you get to quality? Do you think Mr. Beast made the best YouTube videos in the world when he was first starting YouTube? No. Do you think Alex Hormozy made the best gym in the world when he was first starting, I don't know, making gyms? That was a shitty example. No, of course not. They started by doing a shit ton of reps, AKA quantity. And so if you're new to YouTube and you think, okay, Mr. Beast is doing a ton of editing, Alex Hormozy is like putting 10,000 hours into each video and making it as valuable as fucking possible. Well, guess what? They've already made thousands of videos. And so if you're gonna put all of that work into your first video, it's gonna be a shitty product. So, for example, say you're a clown, okay? You're a clown now. Now, what if I wanna make this clown more beautiful? Maybe I put eyelashes on the clown, AKA editing your videos. But guess what? After all of the makeup is on this clown and I try to make it as beautiful as possible, I even give it plastic surgery, that's a knife, it's still a fucking clown. And so if you're trying to edit your videos before you have camera presence, before you have packaging skills, before you have actually come up with a good idea, you're wasting your time, you're wasting your money, you're wasting your life, man. And so, instead of trying to put makeup on a clown, well, maybe you should do some practice and learn how to turn this into a sexy girl. That's what that is. That's what that is. And then once you're a sexy girl, then you can put makeup on. Then that'll actually make you look better. Like, before you know the principles of actually making a good video, which is all built by a skill set, there's no point in editing. There's no point in trying to make the best video possible. You're just gonna waste your time. And so what's way better to do is actually just to focus on, quantity. Do more. This will help you build the skill set. Let me give you an example. When I first learned to ski back in winter of 2023, I did not go to any ski class or anything. I just, what I did was I rented some skis. I went to the mountain with my girlfriend and her dad, and I started skiing. And guess what happened? I fell over a lot. And what they were telling me to do was to ski across the whole mountain. So this is the mountain. This is me at the top. I don't have a head. There's my skis. And here's how most people learn how to ski. They go over here, and then they go over here, and then they wipe out. And they go over here, and then they go over here, and then they go over here. And they're trying to make their turns as long and as smooth as possible so that their wipeouts are minimal. And that way they'll learn to stand up on their skis and be very smooth. And this is how most people learn how to ski. But I didn't do that. And so instead of following directions, I did how I do most things, is I did as many reps as fucking possible, and this caused me to fail a lot more. I went like that. So by the time a different beginner that was just as good at skiing as me, it was also his first day, he went down the mountain in 5 turns. Well, I went down in 25. Meaning I crashed also 5 times as much as he did. And what else happened? Well, how many reps did I get in turning? And how many reps did I get in falling, in learning what not to do? Way fucking more than he did. And so I actually got to improve way faster, which is why on my 4th day ever skiing, I skied a black diamond. Crazy. And so the problem with just focusing on quality is obviously in the end quality wins, but most people don't understand how to get to quality. And it's kind of contradictory, but it's with quantity. And so if you only focus on quality, what's gonna happen is you're gonna burn yourself out. You're also just gonna not enjoy it. And so if you immediately go from 0 to, okay, I'm an influencer, I gotta get all these lights and all these cameras and a fucking whiteboard and all this different shit, you're just gonna stress yourself out. You gotta get an editor and a script writer, or you gotta script all your own videos. It's a fuck ton of work, and you're gonna burn yourself out really quickly. You're gonna actually have to spend way more time on each piece of content, which means you gain less skills and make less content, so don't have as much feedback. Yeah, like a golden toilet is still a toilet. So you're basically a toilet content creator right now. And you want to be a sink. You want to be a golden sink. And so don't focus on editing your toilet, focus on turning into a sink. Let me explain. Here's how to actually gain your skills and eventually build to quality content. Repetition, feedback, visualization. It's just imperfect action. So just start making videos, as many as possible. I recommend if you're under 10,000 subscribers, make daily videos. I did daily videos for a long fucking time when I was building one of those channels. And it really fucking helped because the videos were really shit, but I actually got so much feedback by doing those that I was able to improve much faster. Now, visualization. So you don't have to fucking do this, but it helps me. Your brain can't tell the difference between a dream and reality, or imagination and reality. And so, say, this is real, and this is imagined. So, imagine yourself making an amazing piece of content. on YouTube. To do it, really, you gotta press record, you gotta script, you gotta talk to the camera, you gotta do the whole fucking process of making a YouTube video. But if you just imagine it, then all you need to do is imagine yourself talking to the camera. Imagine what you're saying. Imagine telling a great story. Imagine saying something that's so interesting that the viewer simply cannot click off. Well, you didn't actually do it, but your brain gets comfortable with the idea that you did. This really should be a whole nother video in itself. Let me know in the comments if you want me to talk more about that. But imagining yourself doing the things necessary to achieve your goals is it's very efficient, because your brain does learn from it, and you don't actually have to spend the time and effort doing it. So, yeah. The benefit of just focusing on quality is that, like, you're gonna enjoy, just focusing on quantity is that you're gonna enjoy it way more. And so you don't have to get way out of your comfort zone to start doing a whole bunch of things you've never done. Just talk to the camera. And so this is gonna make you enjoy what you actually do more. It's gonna help you make more content, build your skills faster, which then also helps you enjoy what you're doing. And then you'll have the skills to turn the golden toilet into a golden bathtub or something. So, like, when I first started my gaming channel, I didn't really care what I posted. But eventually I started gaining traction as I posted more videos, and I realized, like, okay, some things work, some things don't work, some things work better than others. But immediately as I started gaining traction, I just started posting every single day. And I think this is what unlocked the insane growth period that I had. Multiple insane growth periods, but the first one was that I just started making daily content. Because if I said, okay, now I gotta focus all on quantity, and I'm gonna make 1 video a week or 2 videos a month, quality. Those words are way too fucking similar. Then I wouldn't have made enough content to get the feedback loops that I did about what packaging works, what ideas works, and then from learning what actually worked, I was able to later put more quality into each video. And so after I posted like 300 videos, I moved to weekly content. And I would just put way more effort into each video with the goal of them all getting 1 million views. And then I was able to keep up a 1 million view average video for a pretty good amount of time. So stop focusing on quality, focus on quantity for the beginning stages, and then eventually quality hits and you're gonna go whoo, through the freaking roof, man. So that's the first mistake people make all the freaking time, is to focus on quantity instead of quality. Fucking shit, bitch. Quality instead of quantity. You need to focus on quantity. That's the takeaway there. Okay, huge mistake number 2, most of you are probably making this, is protect your feelings, okay? Trying to be something that you are not. Trying to be something or someone that you're not. So I still am, but I've always been very, like, socially anxious, awkward. I don't want to meet people. And I because of that, I had a ton of friction to recording videos. And so whenever I was like, all right, I want to make a video because obviously my goal is to be a YouTuber, but it's gonna be pretty hard because I gotta talk to the camera, and I gotta be like extrovert, and I gotta do these things that I'm not. And so now I'm expecting that the people watching the video are expecting me to behave a certain way to then entertain them or educate them, or I don't know, just get them to like me. And this just made me realize that the reason I was so nervous is because I was trying to meet the expectations that I thought people had of me. And when I realized that, I realized, okay, my life is going to be significantly better if when I'm recording a video, or when I'm going to meet somebody, or trying to make a friend, I'm not going to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. Because usually if you're anxious, that's what it is. It's like, oh, I hope I'm being the right way. But if you're like, I genuinely don't care if this person likes who I am or not, because I would rather be myself and be disliked than be someone else and be liked. Because also you can't keep that up. But as soon as I started being myself in person and online, people, it was like it attracted people way, way, way more than if I was like trying to be like some influencer guy and, oh my God, guys, welcome back to another video. It's gonna be crazy today. We're gonna go fucking make $1 billion. Cause that's just like, that's not who I am. And then if I was trying to be like very professional or wear a fucking suit or something, that would burn me out really quickly because that's not who I am. Who am I? I don't know. I walk around in my pajamas all day, usually without a shirt. So I threw it on for the video. And I'm very weird, and there's a lot of things about me that are abnormal. But if I were to try to suppress those things, I would come off as very fake, and nobody would like to watch my videos. And often what I see people doing when they try to start a personal brand or try to start making educational content is they try to act a certain way as if they're trying to make everybody in the world like them, when that's just so unrealistic and ultimately pretty stupid. And so another thing is like, there's a big trust problem today, and it's only increasing. So with the amount of people you can trust online, it's like, okay, AI is going up. Soon enough, we're gonna have to have verification badges to know who online is human, because there's gonna be AI that is just as convincing, like a full hour-long video of someone just lecturing and moving with flowing normal human movements. You can see every little hair of that they have, but it's all AI, they're all fake. And so how can you trust that? And the same thing, it's like in this make money online industry, there's a whole bunch of people selling shitty courses or selling bullshit high ticket things or just straight up scamming. And it's like, if you've bought one of those, now you don't trust people. And now, like, if somebody's watching your content and immediately you're like people are just good lie detectors. So if you're trying to be something like a certain way, there's a forceful energy to that. And you're just gonna repulse everybody that comes around you. Yeah, so you're probably not as good as a liar as you think, and you can't keep up being fake forever. You will ultimately burn out. It's just like the last point. It's much more freeing to be free, you know? You don't have to try as hard. So yeah, just don't be fake, ultimately, and then you won't have to worry about that. Big mistake number 3 is only making niche content. These fucking markers suck. Only making niche content. So a lot of people give this advice that like, okay, so if you're trying to sell something, if you're trying to build a personal brand, you gotta make a video, I help this person do this. And now you only make content for that very specific avatar, or else you're gonna attract a whole bunch of people who don't wanna buy your products. And I'm gonna give you a much different piece of advice. You should be attracting people that don't buy your products. Forgot an E. Because, well, there's tons of benefits to that. Like, for example, even if they don't buy your products, they might tell other people about your channel and that it's helpful, and those people might buy your products. So it doesn't matter if everybody watching your content is in that exact niche. And the thing is, all the biggest personal brands, Alex Hormozy, for some reason that's the only one in my head, Iman Gadji, they all make very broad content. And what this does is it allows you to go viral. Because if you only make videos about how 40-year-old men can look better with better haircuts, then it's only a very small select amount of people will be able to watch that. So for example, say you make a video only for 40-year-old men to get better haircuts. You might get 10,000 views on that video, sure. But if you make a video about how to get better haircuts in general, you might get 1 million views on that video. but a higher percentage of the people you're still interested in will watch that. And so here's what to do. You've probably heard this before. Top of funnel content, mid funnel content, bottom of funnel content. They're supposed to be in this funnel drawing, but I didn't really do that. So how do you do that? Well, top of funnel content is like how to get ahead of 99% of people. Now, everybody that's ambitious and is into self-improvement and wants to improve their lives is gonna watch that video, which is great. They might be business owners, they might be entrepreneurs, they might be cyclists, who the fuck cares? That video is gonna get 10 million views and go viral. Sure, say it's a really good video. And now you make a video how to sell better than 99% of people. Now everybody who maybe has a business or wants to get better at selling or works for a business, for some reason, watches that video. And less amount of people can watch that video, but it's a really good video. Still gets 1 million views, but a way higher percentage of those people are business owners. Now, the bottom of funnel is, say you make a video called how to manage a 300-person sales team. This is all an example from Alex Hormozi. He has like these 3 videos. Now, only a very small select amount of people are gonna watch this video. So this video is only gonna get 50,000 views, which is much different than the 10 million views over here. But if this video was never made, you would not have enough channel momentum to be able to get these 50,000 business owners to watch this video. And so it's about channel momentum. It's also about like, if you have a bigger channel, it grows your authority. And so sure, yeah, you can make $100 million with 100 subscribers, whatever, if your subscribers are all that valuable. But one of the benefits of having a personal brand, a big personal brand specifically, is that people look at your channel and it gives you authority. Now, having 3,000 subscribers does not give you authority. Having 30,000 does a little bit more. Having 300,000 does a little bit more. Having 3 million does way more. And so it's not that you need 3 million people that are gonna buy from you, but that's just another little benefit of that. And another problem with only making niche content, I'm so good at whiteboards, by the way. One of the problems with only making niche content is that you'll get fucking bored as shit because you're gonna be making the same videos over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And if you actually gave yourself a chance to also make mid-funnel content and completely broad content, then you can talk about more of your interests. You can gain more types of people. You can get access to a larger part of the market. And that just gives you a shitload of leverage along with way more authority. This is a podium. That looks like a popsicle. I don't know what the fuck I just drew. So that's another mistake. Don't only make niche content. Make broad content, a bit more specific content, and then very specific content. Oh, the 4th mistake is a big one. It's gonna piss you off. It's gonna be crazy. So whenever I don't watch any how to grow on YouTube content. Some people maybe think I should, but I can't fucking stand it because it all is the same, in my opinion. I'll watch Alex Hormozi's content strategy, a little bit of Dan Koh's content strategy, but it's usually all the same shit. And what they all say is model what works. So am I gonna tell you to stop modeling what works? No, but the mistake here is to model what works without knowing why it works. Those are words. Modeling what works without knowing why it works is a waste of time because you'll never be able to innovate. So, for example, I spent a lot of my time when I was growing those gaming channels, just literally sitting on my bed right there and coming up with ideas. And this cost me time because I was putting a lot of energy into it instead of focusing on the production of actually making the videos. And so I did not put out as much content as a lot of my competition were. But if you look at the competition now, there's plenty of people in the Geometry Dash gaming space that have passed me in subscribers. But with what? With all of my video ideas. And so they fucking crushed it with modeling what works. And by doing that, they learned why it works. But they still never were able to come up with their own ideas. And so all of their most popular videos are literally stolen ideas from me, which I don't care about. I'm happy. I literally hopped on calls with people and taught them, like, this is what to do to go viral, just do this. And now there's people making thousands of dollars every day with my videos. This is great. But if a creator who's just as consistent as them, just as good as modeling what works as them, and is more innovative, they're gonna fucking win long term, easily. And so since I was able to innovate, I blew up without only stealing other people's ideas. Obviously I modeled what worked a ton, but the proof that so many channels are now just copying my ideas, I think is a testament to that spending time ideating and understanding what works about viral content is very fucking important. And so modeling what works without knowing why it works is basically stupid. So every single time that you model what works, try to just get out a fucking Google document and figure out why it works. And usually there's only a few reasons about why that piece of content worked. And so there's the title, there's the thumbnail, there's the hook, there's stories, there's structure, and that's essentially it. So it either had a really good one of a few of these or all of these, most likely. And then you gotta look at, okay, why does it work? So right now I'm literally modeling a video from Nero Knowledge, how to outsmart the game of reality. And so this video I'm planning, at least the first title I'm gonna use is how to outsmart the game of YouTube. And then I basically copied his intro, but I also know why it works. Specific numbers are interesting. So he starts his video with 98% of people fail. Reality is a game. There's winners and there's losers, and we're never given the life manual on life about how to win the game, but here it is, let me show you. And I did a very similar thing because I understood why it worked. He got you extremely interested by showing you a statistic. He gave some relatable thoughts, like you were never given like, here's the manual to win life. Like I've always thought that, like there's no fucking playbook to life. I guess for some people it's the Bible, but that's not my thing. And then why does the title work? Because it's interesting. How to outsmart the game of YouTube. It's like, that's just, that's a shit ton of curiosity. And then that also taps into what people are longing for. So if they're looking to grow on YouTube and they're not growing, everybody who's into that is gonna click on this video. And outsmart is like it's just a unique way of saying, I don't even fucking know how to explain that. But it's sick. So focus on title, thumbnail, hook, stories, structure. Whenever you are captivated by a piece of content, whenever you click a piece of content, just beware of what it is and why it works. And then you can apply that to your own videos. Yeah. The thing is, if you don't understand why it works, you're also gonna model off of the wrong stuff. And so I looked at Nero's packaging, the thumbnail and title, and I looked at his hook, and I've watched his videos, so I know the stories and the structure and what he talks about. And I essentially know why it works. And it wasn't that the structure of the video was really good. It wasn't that the stories were really good. He's great at talking, he's great at speaking, he's very knowledgeable, and so all that's basically taken care of. And so if I trust in my own knowledge of YouTube, and I structure my video just like bullet points, and then I can talk off of that, then I know, okay, it's probably these 3 things. And so why does the title work? Why does the thumbnail work? Why does the hook work? And then just do that. Either make it a little bit different or just literally do the same shit. I'd prefer making it different. You can do whatever you want. Now, that's the 4th problem. The 5th problem I see a ton of people make, and you're probably making this even if you don't think you're making it. I'm probably even making it. But it's underestimating the importance of one crucial thing. Underestimating the power of it will cause your channel to die. It's underestimating the importance of packaging. So your idea, title, and your thumbnail. Yes, you've heard it before a million times. The classic Mr. Beast saying, if they don't click, they don't watch. It's true, but I don't know if you understand how true it actually is. And so I've spent a lot of time, an unhealthy amount of time thinking about packaging. And what I noticed from growing my channel to almost 2 million subscribers is that packaging is actually, this might make you die. This might make you hate me. Packaging is actually more important than the actual video. Yes, I said it. I said it. I said it. In terms of getting views on YouTube, in terms of building your channel, it is more important to get people to click than to get them to watch. Why? It's simply how the YouTube algorithm works. And so I've had videos with pretty shit retention, meaning a not great video, but with a high CTR, like 15% CTR, get millions and millions of views. And I've had videos that I spent way more time on, but have worse packaging, not blow up at all. They just die. They don't get views at all. And that's because for some reason, maybe it's because despite how good your video is, when you click, that's a click. When you click on a YouTube video, most people see an ad before the actual video. So it doesn't even matter how good your video is, YouTube makes money. And so if your thumbnail is good enough to get a shit ton of people to click, YouTube will recommend your video. Now, you also, don't overlook this and think, okay, now I don't even have to think about the video at all. But getting viewers' interest in the video is so fucking important. Also, people don't even understand packaging very well. So packaging isn't just getting people to click, it's setting an expectation for the entire video. And so, like Alex Hormozy's 13 years of brutally honest business advice in 90 minutes. People who click that video are clicking on a video that says it's 90 minutes long. Something in their brain is telling them to watch it for 90 minutes. Now, they're not logically thinking, I am going to sit here and watch this for an hour and a half. But it's much more acceptable to do that because it's setting the expectation. Now, if I made a fucking title that was 7 tips, I'm not gonna write the whole thing, 7 tips to get rich quick. And it was in all caps. And the thumbnail was me making like a Mr. Beast face, like, oh! And then there's like a Lamborghini blowing up behind me. But then the video is me and a whiteboard, and it's completely uncut, and I'm just saying, all right, so this is how to get rich quick, just step by step, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's gonna fucking watch that video because you set a shitty expectation. But if you set an expectation so good, your viewers, as long as you have a decent hook and a decent video, a much higher percent of people are actually gonna watch the whole thing. And so you can affect retention with your thumbnail and title. And this is what YouTube tests. So YouTube allows you to do split tests now, where you can upload up to 3 thumbnails. And they don't just test what gets a higher click-through rate, so what do more people click on? They test what gets a higher watch time. And it's called the watch time share. And so that's very interesting. You can affect how long people watch your videos by the expectation they have coming into it before they've even watched the first second of the freaking video. I found that quite interesting. And so if you don't spend much time on your packaging, you're kind of fucked. Now, there is a caveat to this where packaging is idea, thumbnail, and title. That is what those words say. But if you forget about the thumbnail and you just spend all your time on the idea and the title, you're still probably gonna get views. Because if you have a title that's good enough, you don't need a crazy thumbnail. So the thumbnail for this video is probably gonna be me standing here, just like this video actually is. And that's not gonna be hard to do. But my title's gonna be so interesting that viewers click anyway. I don't need explosions. I don't need a cartoon Mr. Beast face. I don't need edited contrasting colors everywhere just to get people to click. Like, no, the title's good enough and the idea is good enough and the value in the video is good enough. And so, man, that'd be embarrassing if this video has like 4 views and never blows up. I mean, you got to be patient with your channel. It's never gonna blow up instantly. And then you're also always gonna get better at creating content as long as you focus on it. And so I have people that comment like, bro says he has 1 billion views, but he only has 600 subscribers and can't even blow up this channel. It's like, okay, so I could stop uploading because of that comment. Or I could just keep uploading and eventually blow up the channel because I understand how that works. And it's gonna be the same process for you. So it doesn't matter if you have 10,000 subscribers right now, 100,000 or 5. It's gonna take a lot to get to the next level, and you might be stuck at 20 views per video for a little bit. But if you just keep going at it and keep focusing on improving, then it's pretty hard to fail. Now, the 6th mistake I see people make all the freaking time is overestimating expo markers because it doesn't fucking work. Underestimating. I wrote the last letter first. Dude, what is wrong with me? Do I have dyslexia? Underestimating hooks. Underestimating hooks. So this happens with advertising. This happens with YouTube videos, short form content, everything. So imagine, like, I give this example a lot, but I fucking love it, and some of you have probably heard this before. Imagine you're outside a bakery, and it's the door's fucking gold, and outside it says "Best Bakery Ever," and you're just like, holy shit, that's sick. There's like an award thing outside with someone like holding like a golden like award. They're like best bread ever, and so you walk inside. And immediately smells kind of like musky. It's kind of like murky. There's a bunch of dust on the floor, and it just doesn't smell that good. And then there's like a little kid over the counter, and he's like, Oh, hey, Mr. Customer, did you want some bread? And you're like, what the fuck? No, I don't want any bread. And so you leave because that was a really bad hook to walk into. On the other hand, you have the same expectations outside. It's all gold. It's all the best in the world. You walk in the door and are immediately hit with a whiff of heavenly baked bread. It smells amazing. Over the counter, there's a big tall dude with a mustache. He's like, oh, bonjour, my friend. Come in. Try our bread. Best in the world. Yes. And you're like, let's fucking go, dude. I'm gonna fucking get some bread and it's gonna be incredible. And so you basically just need to deliver and exceed. You don't even need to exceed, it just helps. At least deliver on the expectations that you set with the thumbnail and title. And so there's 3 things that need to happen for educational creators. Is you need to give your viewers a reason to trust you. We call this proof. And so I was like, I did it 3 times. Those are my plaques. Trust me. So that's proof. This is why am I using brown? I gotta return these fucking markers. They suck. So this is proof. You gotta give your viewers a reason to trust you, a reason to click on your video, no matter what it is. How to do this, 7 tips for that, 7 mistakes to avoid. You need to give them proof that they should actually listen to you. And then what you need to give them is a reason to actually watch the video. God, I can't write and talk at the same time. I promise I'm not retarded. Actually, I don't promise. But this is called the promise. And so what is the viewer going to gain from watching the video? You need to give them a clear benefit. Paint the picture for them. And so for me, I was like, okay, 98.25% of people fail. There's winners and losers. If you want to be a winner, don't make these mistakes. And then we'll get to the next part. So the very clear promise was that if you watch this video, you'll learn what mistakes you might be making that you should stop making so that you can win. And the last thing is the plan. So a little overview of what the video is. So I simply said, there's 8 mistakes that I'm going to tell you about in this video. And so it doesn't need to go proof, promise, plan. For me, I went proof, plan, promise. And you can have them in the same fucking sentence. And so the 8 tips that I'm going to give you in this video are like, I used to be depressed, but after I learned the 8 tips that I'm going to give you in this video, I became happy, and I want the same for you. So keep watching. That went over everything. That went over, like, obviously shitty story. You want to make a better story. But that went over my proof. I was depressed. Now I'm happy. Say the videos 4 ways to instantly be happy overnight. So there's my story. Start with proof. And then immediately I'm like, but after I learned the 4 things I'm going to give you in this video, plan, I became happy just like you will after following the plan. This is actually secretly a banana. And so this is crucial because say your packaging is great. Awesome. You get people to click. Good job. But now you need to get them to watch, and that's much, much harder to do. And so that is literally what the hook is for. Your whole video can be big and unstructured, just like this. I mean, this is kind of structured. I go over a few different things. But I don't have like a script for this. And so the fact that you are still watching right now means you're weird. No, it means that I had a good enough hook to keep you here. I had a good enough thumbnail and title to get you to click, and then I had a good enough hook to keep you here. And now you're like, whoa, this dude is like reading my mind. What number are you thinking? 5. No, I should have said 7. Then I would get the most people right. Why does everybody think 7? Okay, so the next mistake that a lot of people make, the last one's gonna freak you out, but this is the 7th mistake, is underestimating, wait for it, the importance of, if you underestimate this, nobody's gonna wanna watch your content. It actually is pretty shit. So yesterday, my girlfriend got the hiccups. We went out to dinner, and then we were coming back from dinner, and she got the hiccups. And I was like, bitch, shut up. No, I wasn't like that. I might have said that though. No, I didn't. So what happened was, I told her, take as big of a breath as you possibly can through your nose. We had to do this like 5 times because she couldn't stop laughing. But so it's to take, if you have the hiccups, it's to take the biggest breath you possibly can through your nose. And then you take another breath, even deeper, without letting anything out. And then you take another breath. And then you hold it for like 5 seconds. And then you let it go. And then she didn't have the hiccups anymore. And the only reason I knew that is because I heard a story from Alex Hormozy saying that he watched a Huberman short the other day and about how to get rid of your hiccups, and that it actually worked. And he was explaining the value of short form content and that he used to hate it, but now likes it because he realized he actually gets value from it. And that was an example of the value, a little story he told about the value of the fucking short form. And I remembered that story that he told and immediately was able to apply it in real life for my girlfriend. And it worked, just like it worked when he watched it from Dr. Huberman. And so, what is the underestimating mistake here? Underestimating the power of stories. There's many benefits to stories. And so one would be simply retention. Imagine a video on how to get rich where the person's like, so the first thing you're gonna wanna do is open a drop shipping account on Shopify, and then you're gonna wanna get this product, and then you're gonna wanna do this, and then you're gonna wanna do this, and then you're gonna do this, and then you're gonna do that. And it's like, how long can you listen to that? Not a very long time. Where honestly, like, if you're watching a course, that's kind of what you want. But if you're trying to really, see, that probably wasn't the best example. Let me say 7 mindset shifts that made me a millionaire. Say you click on a video that's 7 mindset shifts that made me a millionaire. Now for each mindset shift, say 1 is to embrace the pain, 2 is to set bigger goals, 3 is to read more books, 4 is to be a lifelong learner, 5 is this, 6 this, 7, 8. All right, thanks for watching, guys. Bye. Did you learn anything? No, you didn't. Why? You got all the right information. You know what to do. You know the mindset shifts. Then why didn't you? Because there were no stories. And so what stories do is it gives your brain something to relate information to. Probably wasn't the best way to say that. I don't know if that made any sense. But for the example of like Alex Hormozy, if I wouldn't watch a video of Alex Hormozy on how to get rid of your hiccups. But since he attached a story to it, I remembered it. And so the first use case where this is fucking crucial is education. Because the point of education is to get people to change their behavior. And to do that, people don't just need to know what to do. They need to know partially why. If they have the why, they will do it. And a lot of people learn why through stories or gain motivation or inspiration to be able to take action through simple storytelling. So for everything that you learn that you end up teaching in a YouTube video, you should remember why you learned it and tell that story for each step. So if you can't find that story, that's great. I mean, that's fine. That's great. I don't remember every story from my whole life and why I learned different things, but I can still find some story about it. But the best stories you can tell are when you learned to finally change your behavior. I was doing this and I was finally struggling with this and it led to this, but I couldn't do this, and so this got worse, and then it all was all terrible. And then my mentor came to me and said this, and then it ended up changing my whole life. And what I changed was just one thing, is when I woke up, I did this. And now I do that every day because it makes me this and all these benefits, and I don't have the problems anymore. And now after hearing that story, you might have been like, shit, I went through those relatable problems and I want that desired benefit. And so I am going to do the simple advice. And then if they change the behavior, that's education. But just how to do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, it sucks, it's boring. So integrate stories into your content. It's the best way to teach. And another thing is that when you get better at storytelling, what it also benefits is not just people's trust in you and people's likability in you because they changed their behavior after watching your video and improved their lives, but it also improves your video retention. And so, obviously, you probably know the longer people watch your videos, you want to try to get everybody possible, as many people as possible to watch your video from start to finish. That tells YouTube it was a great video. And yeah, and so integrating stories makes your content just better, like more fun to listen to. We can visualize what we're learning instead of just how to do this, how to do this, how to do this. And it'll increase your retention. You'll get more views, more success, more money, more happiness, and all that. All right, we're at the last mistake that people make when being stupid. Remember to remove all of these mistakes. The last mistake I see people make way too often, as I work with a ton of people who are trying to build their personal brands or are actively having success with it. Click the link down below if you want my help. Promo, call to action, is that, let's see. Here's the mistake you might be making. Is that you set small goals. Don't set small goals. This might be a little bit controversial. And so a lot of people come to me, whether it's a sales call or a one-on-one coaching call, I'll ask them, what's your goal? I'll ask them like just a few basic questions. All right, what are you here for? What do you need help with? What do you want? Why do you want it? What's your goal? And what I hear way too often is people say their goal is to hit like 1,000 subscribers. Now the problem with this is that, you shoot for the stars, you might land on the moon. Or if you're Elon Musk, you shoot for Mars and then you actually probably go for Mars because you're Elon Musk. But for everybody else, you're gonna wanna try to aim for the best possible outcome. And I only know this because that's what I have always done. So I have so many examples I could give you. But hold on. Let me try to get a thumbnail pic real quick. Explain. Okay, we're good. So when I was first starting my channel, I actually didn't think I would get 1 million subscribers. And so it grew very slowly. And it actually gave me an advantage at the beginning because I didn't give a shit about what content I was posting, so I didn't care if I didn't get views. But eventually, once I started getting addicted to content creation in general, I wanted to get more views. And so I'd set bigger and bigger and bigger goals, and I would tell people about them. And the people would say, that's too big. Like, don't disappoint yourself. And I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Like, first of all, I'm gonna achieve the goal. Second of all, if I don't, I'll just keep trying. But there's something weird that happens, is it kind of, say you want to get to 1,000 subscribers in 2025, great. Now you reverse engineer that to, what do I need to do? How much do I need to post? How good do the videos have to be? How many views do I need to get? And then you do that. And sure, maybe you hit that goal, or maybe you hit just under it, or maybe you exceed it. But if you say, all right, I'm gonna hit 100,000 subscribers this year, what that's gonna force you to do is to come up with a completely different plan. And so not only is that gonna change your beliefs, if you start working towards something that's so beyond what other people limit themselves to, it changes your identity into someone who's actually capable of doing that thing. And this is what has worked for me time and time again. Now, another thing that's gonna happen is not just that you change your identity, but your beliefs change. Because you changed your identity, you change who you think you are, who you think you will become. You also then change your actions, and your actions become effortless the necessary actions become way more effortless than if you were trying to get 100,000 subscribers but didn't actually believe you could. If you are doing what you think is necessary to get to that point, you might only get to 30,000 subscribers this year. But hey, that's a lot more than 1,000. And so another example of when this happened for me is I've got my Geometry Dash YouTube channel. I had a school community, so a product that was about $10 per month. And I really loved working on this product. So it helped Geometry Dash players set goals for the game, get better at the game, and set goals for real life so they can achieve goals in their real life. So it was me trying to integrate like self-improvement into gaming. And I had 100 or so members, let's say, making 1,000 a month. And from that, so way more from YouTube. But I had an idea after hearing it from someone else that, hey, partner with an influencer. That way you can spend all the time making the product better, and the influencer can spend as much time as they want, or all of their time just promoting it. Shit's crazy. And so what happened was, I was like, okay, what if I get someone to partner with me? And so all I do is make the courses in this community better. I start building a team for the community and just make this like the best community fucking possible. That idea really, really excited me. And then to have someone else that generates content so I don't have to keep making content on my channel, that's great. Incredible. And so I wrote down a list of people that were like, okay, I could partner with this person maybe, I could partner with this person maybe. And then I got the reminder in my head that was like, wait, Kai, think of what's the best case scenario? Like if anything was possible, what's the best case scenario? And I immediately knew what it was. It's this guy named Eric Van Wilderman. I watched his videos when I was like 9 years old or 10 years old playing Geometry Dash for the first time. He's still one of the biggest GD YouTubers, makes content every week, gets a shit ton of views. I was like, if this guy could promote my thing, first of all, he has more trust, a better reputation than everyone. He gets a fuckload of traffic, and he has my target audience. Like, it's perfect. And so I wrote up this huge document to him, showing him how good the community was, showing him, hey, this is what you can do. Your work rate literally doesn't decrease. All you need to do is mention, my community was called Geometry Smash, in the video. Your revenue skyrockets while your work rate stays the same. And so I offered him, I think, 50% of the business. And eventually, he didn't reply back for a while, but eventually, like I found his email and then eventually found his Discord. Eventually he wrote back to me and he said, like, hey Kai, I went through the document you wrote. Everything looks pretty good. I'm happy to go through with this. I have no problems promoting it. And I got a degree in marketing anyway, or something like that. And I was in this room when I read that message. I had like a whole fucking, I had a crazy moment. I was like, holy fucking shit. Because this is the best case scenario. Like, I might as well just shoot for the fucking stars and maybe I'll land on somebody somewhere else, but it doesn't matter. Like, at least I tried my best. But he literally said yes, which was fucking incredible. Now, I hopped on a call with him. We talked for like 3 hours on our first ever call. I'm like, dude, I literally watched you when I was like 10 years old. This is crazy. And we were actually like very similar in terms of like what we're interested in and how we act. And it was so cool to have a conversation with him. A few weeks later, we called again. And unfortunately, he told me like, my channel's bigger than it's ever been right now. I think it would be kind of irresponsible for me to start going in on a whole nother thing. He didn't want to only promote, like he wanted to be a part of the community as well, or else he didn't feel good promoting it, which I understood. But he was like, yeah, I can't add this whole project when my channel's like as big as it's ever been. This doesn't mean we can't work together in the future, but at least for now, like I think I jumped into this too quickly. And I didn't let that disappoint me at all. I was like, all right, I'm gonna just full send it myself. This happened for a reason. But that's just a little example that like, sure, I didn't fully end up partnering with him and becoming a trillionaire, but I ended up having a call with him. We were so close to being business partners, and every time I set a giant goal, it ends up like working out for me. Whether that's whether it actually like I actually hit the goal or I get close to it. So in 2024. I had a bunch of goals. I achieved most of them except for one, which was to hit $100,000 per month. And my best was like 50,000 in a month. So it's like, oh no, shit. But if my goal was, 30,000 a month, I might have hit 20. And so this year, I don't even know if I've defined goals. I think my goal was like 250K in a month. But it's like, you need to set, here's what it is. I used to write a fuckload about goals because when I was doing the whole Geometry Smash community thing, it was all about mindset and setting goals. And you need to set goals, not expectations. And this is where small goals actually benefit you, is that if you always set an expectation with your goal and attach your self-worth to achieving it, you attach your self-worth to the outcome of your goal, then you're fucked, basically. And so a smaller goal would actually be better for you because you'll give up on life after you don't achieve your biggest goal ever. And the smaller, more achievable goal is you'll actually achieve it, and then you'll be able to keep going after you achieve that goal. And so if you're that kind of person, sure, small goal is better. But if you understand how not to set expectations with your goal, and that everything is a lesson, the whole point of goals isn't that you're a good or bad person after you've achieved them or not achieved them. It's just a target. It's just an objective. And so I don't give a shit if I make $1 million a month this year or if I only make $30,000 a month this year. I am still doing the work that I want to do, and ultimately I know I'm gonna get where I wanna go, and I'm not attached to the time frame. But having a big goal, especially with a time constraint, forces you to take action. And so if I didn't set the goal of 100,000 subscribers this year, I wouldn't be making this video right now. And I would probably, I don't know, I'd be doing something else. I know how to make money without YouTube. It's pretty easy. And just do, I don't know, 10 one-on-one clients for $1,000 a month. It'd be fucking easy as shit. Then just make 10K a month. But I have different goals than that. And so I'm doing this, and I might not get to 100,000 subscribers. I might only get to 10,000. Who knows? That'd be fucking hilarious. But yeah, I guess proof of this is that if you're watching this and it's been out for a year and I don't have 100,000 subscribers, dislike, unsubscribe, leave hate comments down below. And yeah, So there's obviously also a limit to this. Like, you don't want to set like, all right, I'm gonna make $1 billion a month next month. Because it's also like, the bigger isn't necessarily better. You need to really understand what it takes. And so I understand what it takes to make $100,000 a month. You could argue I don't because I haven't. But it's not much different than making $50,000 a month. So it's a lot of work or a lot of leverage. It's a lot of work to gain the leverage, depending on what business model you're in. Now, $1 million a month, there's really no shortcuts to that. And so I don't want to make $1 million a month right now. It's not that I don't want the money, but it's because everybody that I've looked at who does make $1 million a month, they manage a team and they have a sales team and they have a lot of their days filled with meetings. And I would rather have my leverage through having a big audience, scaling my content instead of scaling a team to take, I don't know, a whole bunch of operations and shit. And so if that means I can't make $1 million a month, that's fine. But that's not the life I want. And so if you're gonna say I wanna make $1 billion next year, that's really stupid because like it's hypothetically possible. It's physically possible for you to make $1 billion next year, but the amount of pain and suffering you're gonna have to go through that you probably don't expect, because $1 billion is a lot of money, is not gonna be worth it. And the amount of stress that would put on you would probably kill you. Most likely. So that's what I would say, to be honest. Don't set small goals, but also don't be retarded, is essentially it. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to smash that subscribe button. And that's basically it. Like, comment, join my stuff, links, description. Goodbye. If you've gotten any value from this video so far and you want my help growing your channel, we can work together. Just click the link below and then book a call to see if you're a good fit. Talk soon. There's 6 components to a successful YouTube channel: content strategy, video ideas, thumbnails and titles, hooks, retention, and value. Hey, I'm Kai. I've blown up 4 YouTube channels, and after getting 1.6 billion views and 2.6 million subscribers, I've spent the last 2 years helping other educational creators grow their channel. I recently ran a 6-week cohort that I sold for $2,000, and I'm giving you the same course I give to them for free. In this course, I show you how to master these 6 components, and I give you a secret bonus lesson at the end. Don't treat this like a YouTube video. Treat this like something you've actually invested into, and you will get results. And the links to the free AI chatbots and worksheets are in the description.
If you need stimulating editing to stay focused, you've already lost.
Enjoy. Welcome to the YouTube Engine module. Today, we're going to build your YouTube engine so you can gain clarity, stand out, and get started. So, do you want to hear something absolutely insane? I was able to crack over 1 billion views on YouTube by the age of 19. And you've probably heard me say that before. Maybe that's why you trusted me enough to join. But just for reference, if I got 100,000 views per month, which is more than enough to get hundreds of qualified leads per month, how long do you think it would take me to reach 1 billion views? 2 years? 5 years? A whole decade? 20 years? 40 years? A whole century? Try 8. Not 8 years. 8 centuries. 834 years to be exact. And just for reference, that is a long time. So if I can get 1 billion views by age 19, you can get a few hundred leads per month from YouTube. 1,000%. And the reason I say that is because I asked people what they want, and they told me that generally that is their goal. A few hundred leads per month from YouTube. And if you want to have that happen, all you need to do today is one thing. And so I can drive home the point of how significant this thing really is, I want to tell you a quick story. So I was reading a book recently you may have heard of. It's called Expert Secrets. And in it, the author, Russell Brunson, told a story of a time when Tim Ferriss, the author of The 4-Hour Workweek, which I'm sure you've heard of, was asked a question at some event what he does every day to get so much done. He paused for a moment, then gave an awkward half smile, and he said, "If you watched my daily routine, you'd get bored out of your mind. Most people wake up every morning with a task list of 1,000 things to do. They go through the day trying to knock down all these things. I do things differently. I wake up every morning and I meditate. I drink tea or coffee, I go for a walk, and maybe I read a book." He said he might spend 3 to 4 weeks doing that and nothing else. "My whole goal is to slow down and look around. Instead of looking for all the tasks that I could do, I try to identify the one big domino. The one thing that, if I could knock that down, all the other dominoes would either fall down or become irrelevant. So, what domino can you knock down that would cause all of the other dominoes to fall over, resulting in you achieving your goal? It is my belief that the one domino to getting leads from YouTube is to build your YouTube engine. So here's what we'll do today. We'll go over the 6 components of the engine. We'll talk about why each component matters. Then we'll build it. So the first component is your vision. And so without a vision, you'll lack a target to aim for. And without this target, every step of content creation will be flawed from the beginning. You can't build a building by starting at the top. You have to build the base. But after you go through the vision system, you'll be crystal clear on the outcome you want to have happen, which means you can align every step of creating content to achieve that objective. The next component is your avatar. And so YouTube is simple. It works by recommending the right videos to the right people. So if you don't know who you're making videos for, how could you expect YouTube to work? So after you go through our avatar analysis, you'll be able to effortlessly create ideas, titles, thumbnails, and every step of making content will be easier since you know who you're making it for. The third component is proof. Many people are terrified to show their proof, or they don't even think of it. And this leads to a lack of trust. And with AI content exploding and fake gurus everywhere, proof is absolutely critical for content. And without it, people simply won't trust you. They won't watch your content, and they won't even get close to buying your stuff. So after you go through our proof protocol, you'll gain trust and build your reputation, which is that personal brand everybody's talking about, faster than ever. You'll also get a higher CTR and retention instantly, which is essentially getting more people to click and watch, which is good if you didn't know. The fourth component is your story. And so without a clear story, you'll struggle to stand out from the crowd. Anyone, including AI, can give external examples or stories. Nobody but you can leverage your own infinitely unique experience. So after you go through our story system, you'll future-proof yourself and stand out from your competitors, attract more people who resonate with you, and also make it way easier to persuade your viewers to click, watch, or even buy. Now the fifth component is your strategy. And so without your strategy, and this one is pretty logical, but without your strategy, you'll just be another person giving the same advice. And this makes it extremely hard to get a competitive edge in your niche. So after you go through the strategy sentiment, you'll immediately stand out, attract a bigger audience, and sell a lot more stuff. Now the sixth component is commitment. And so if you don't commit to your strategy and stay committed, you'll fail. It's pretty simple. So after you go through the commitment checklist, you'll simply make it unreasonable to not succeed. And so to tie this all together, imagine trying to drive a car without an engine. No matter what, it won't move unless you push it with brute force. And your YouTube channel works the same exact way. Without a YouTube engine, your channel won't grow. But when you combine all the components of the YouTube engine, the story, the proof, the vision, the avatar, the strategy, and commitment, and you install it into your channel, you grow. So how does it work? How do you actually build and install the YouTube engine? Well, do I have a surprise for you? I made a worksheet for you. Isn't that just so exciting? It's exciting, right? It's exciting, guys. Why is it getting so dark and small? Wait, no. What is that? Guys, something is intruding. Oh my God. It's Kai's Engine GPT! So, the Engine GPT is a custom-built AI designed to help you build your YouTube engine faster and better. So instead of filling out a worksheet, which is boring, you can simply have a back and forth conversation and it will build it for you. Simply follow these 6 steps. So let's do it right now. Step 1, get the link to the GPT. You can find it in the resources section below in the module. Step 2, click the first option right here. Help me build my YouTube engine. And then it'll spit out some stuff and you simply say yes and then go ahead, answer the questions. Then you can get the link to the worksheet, which is also linked below. Copy and paste everything into the worksheet and then check the commitment boxes. So hopefully this exercise helped you gain some clarity. And even if it didn't, we'll be using your YouTube engine throughout the roadmap. Now you're done. Bye! What's up? If you're enjoying the video so far and you want my help growing your educational YouTube channel, you can click the link in the description and see how I might be able to help you. Welcome to the Genius Ideas model. Today we're going to learn how to make ideas so good that viewers feel stupid scrolling past them. So here's what we'll cover today. What a video idea actually is, The difference between a good, bad, and genius idea. 5 methods of ideation. So, what is a video idea? It's an idea for a video. It includes the title and a general plan for the content. But usually you just need a title, as you can keep the idea in your head. Here's a few examples. 5 video ideas that will get you leads. Can you understand what that is? Yeah, it's 5 video ideas that will get you leads. After 1.6 billion views, I found one trick that makes any video blow up. Wow, that's crazy. The video is probably about one trick that this guy found after getting 1.5 billion views that makes the video blow up. Stop trying to get views if you want to get rich. That's crazy. This video is probably talking about how views don't matter as much as you think they do. All of these ideas give you an idea of what the video will be. And without any extra context. Without any extra context. But that only works because you are my avatar. So how about this idea? If you want to dominate AI search in 2026, watch this video. That might resonate with somebody's audience, but not most of you guys. So when we're talking about what makes a good versus bad idea, we're going to assume you're targeting the right avatar. So then what makes a good idea? Well, the difference between a good idea and a bad idea is the balance of supply and demand. And if nobody wants it, there is low demand, which means it's a bad idea. So if there is low demand and low supply, bad idea. If there is low demand and medium supply, still a bad idea. And if there's low demand and a lot of supply, doesn't fucking matter. Nobody wants it. Nobody cares. If everybody wants it, there is high demand. So high demand and high supply is still a bad idea because so many people are making it. There's no opportunity. High demand with medium supply, it's a decent opportunity. It's a small opportunity there. Maybe you could squeeze your way in. But what we're looking for is an opportunity with high demand and low supply. That is a big opportunity, aka a genius idea. So here's a few examples. How to get sunburned. Do you think this is a shitty idea, a bad idea, a good idea, or a genius idea? Well, if you thought that it is a shit idea, you are right, because nobody wants to get sunburned. Low demand, and they already know how if they want to. How to make money. Do you think this is 1, 2, 3, or 4? You would be right if you said 2. It's a bad idea. Everybody wants to make money, but unless you're already famous or do something very unusual to stand out, this just won't work, aka high demand, high supply. How to get monetized on YouTube. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4? If you said it's a good idea, you'd be right. This targets YouTubers, many of whom want to get monetized and are actively looking for how to do it faster or easier. But just saying how to doesn't make you stand out with all the other supply. So it's high demand, medium supply, decent opportunity. Now, this title, I'm worth 42 million at age 27. Do this to shift your identity instantly. 1, 2, 3, or 4, guys. What do you think? You'd be right if you said it's a genius idea. Because many ambitious young people want to know how to shift their identity to think like a rich person. But not that many people actually get rich young. And not many of those people who do actually make videos about identity shifting, aka high demand, low supply. So now that you understand what a video idea is and the difference between a good and bad idea, let's talk about how to make them. So I've got your Genius Ideas worksheet, which I'll go through in a sec. But first, this is my favorite way to get ideas. It is the revamp method. And so imagine, one day, you're looking at yourself in the mirror in your room. You're like, I look pretty good. But then you get a feeling creep up on you. You realize, I gotta go pee. So you sprint, you run all the way to the toilet when you realize, it's broken. So you get pissed off. But then you remember, step 1, find something that's working decently well. So you sprint all the way to your friend John's house. And you remember, step 2, which is steal it. So you steal the fucking toilet, and then you come all the way back and you replace the toilet, and you remember step 3, which is paint it gold. And now you have a golden toilet. So now instead of a broken toilet, you have a golden toilet. And when you use this method with YouTube, you'll have a golden video instead of a flop. So here's what it looks like in action. One day I was scrolling on YouTube, and this video was recommended to me. How much YouTube paid me for 92 million views. I knew the concept was working. People want to know how much YouTube pays you for a certain amount of views. So I watched this guy's video and figured out how to make it better. Here's what worked. How much YouTube paid me for 92 million views. And here's my golden toilet. How much YouTube paid me for 1.3 billion views. So I improved the title. I improved the thumbnail. I improved the hook. I improved the structure. And I made it more entertaining. I revamped the video. And it took me under 2 hours. It's made me over $6,000 so far, just from YouTube AdSense, plus thousands of leads. So for maybe 2 times the work, I got about 139 times the views, and even more now. It's at 6 million now. So that's the power of the revamp method. And here are some more methods to generate ideas. So you can find existing demand. So those who dominate YouTube are the ones who have an incredible understanding of supply and demand in their market. Instead of trying to magically come up with ideas that people might want, you can simply look for what people already want. So you can do the high demand exercise. List 5 creators your avatar already watches, and for each, find their 3 to 5 most popular videos in the last year. And note the outcomes they promise. This is proven demand. So creator, links, outcome, and notes. Another method, find supply opportunity. So there's millions of creators on YouTube fighting for the same people's attention. If you don't stand out, you'll fail. So you got to do the supply opportunity exercise. You can look for opportunities where there's low supply but high demand. So you think, how can you change the niche or niche down or become more specific and narrow? How can you target a group nobody else is targeting? How can you be more useful to your avatar than anybody else? How does some of this niche want? What does some of this niche want that they aren't getting? An example is many people like manifesting, but most creators teaching it are very woo-woo. So Nira Knowledge's content is the opposite. I can't. I got the website blocked. So I can focus. But yeah, this guy makes manifestation content completely differently. He blew up. So you can list elements that your competitors use like your niche, packaging, hooks, video style, humor, other things. And then you can write down, how do they niche down? What are they doing? And how can I niche down differently? Or how can I package it differently? Or how can I write a different hook? Now, the revamp method. So the revamp method is awesome because the most popular YouTube growth advice is to model what works. And it's become so popular that nearly everybody who's trying to grow is using that method. But because of this, many creators are starting to look the same. So the market is tired of seeing the same old trends and wants something new and refreshing to chew on. So do the revamp method exercise. Find something that's working, steal it and apply it to your niche, and then paint it gold. Those are the 3 steps. So you can link a video here, write about a niche change, a title revamp, a thumbnail revamp, a hook revamp, a value revamp. What can you do to revamp the video, make it even better? You can also use the boredom method. So the only reason I'm mentioning this is because I've actually gotten great results with it, but this only works when you already understand your market. So here's what to do. Suppress stimulation. So basically do nothing. Stay bored until you get an idea, then write it down. You can also use thinking prompts. For example, like, how can I be useful to my avatar? You just write down your ideas, take notes on them. The audience method. So you can ask your audience through school community posts or personal DMs or calls with your avatar or YouTube posts the following questions and fill out the chart. What niche videos do you want to see more of? So like, what YouTube growth videos do you want to see more of? What kind of guitar videos do you want to see more of? What piano tutorials are the most helpful? What art videos make you click instantly? What videos in the fitness niche space do you wish existed? And then take notes. What are their answers? You can also use the AI method. So download your YouTube engine worksheet as a PDF that you filled out. You hopefully should have filled that out. And you can paste it into KaiGPT and ask for titles. Say, this is notes on my YouTube channel, and give me title ideas. And use the titles it suggests or create new ones based on these suggestions. And so here's the link to the KaiGPT. It is in your Genius Ideas worksheet. So how will we plan a video today? Well, we'll use the revamp method to get an idea. We'll figure out how to revamp it. We'll structure it. And everybody here has unique proof they can use to leverage existing demand. So for most of you, I recommend doing something like this. How I, niche proof, so you can copy me. How I got jacked as a teenager, so you can copy me. How I got monetized in 10 weeks, so you can copy me. How I made 5 million on OnlyFans, so you can copy me. Don't make that video. So start with your video idea. Then structure the video with a catchy hook and a few bullet points. A little tip to make it simple, is just use the title as the hook. So, how I made $5 million on OnlyFans, so you can copy me. Just say that. Don't say that. That was a bad example. Then structure the video with a catchy hook and a few bullet points. Then just hit record and riff off of the bullet points. We're starting simple, just focusing on the idea for today, and then we'll add more throughout the roadmap. So next, it's time to make a simple thumbnail. I'd like to start with a screenshot from the video. It can be from a different video too. Then I like to blur the background, then I clarify and brighten the subject. Then I add some intriguing text if needed. So, yeah, pretty simple. And then, yeah, the title is simple and it makes sense. How to make simple thumbnails that actually go viral. Go viral is my avatar's goal. Wasting hours is a pain point. What you see is what you get. Hands show I'm teaching. 2 points of focus, just subject and text, so no overwhelm. Very simple stuff. Then you just post it. And remember, there is no growth without action. And so the action step for today is to fill out the worksheet. You don't have to do all of it. I know it's a long worksheet. Just fill out some of it so you can get some ideas and then make a video. I'll see you in the next module. Bye! Yo, I hope you enjoyed that lesson. Make sure to smash the like or no, that doesn't help me. Smash the subscribe button. That helps me because subscribe. Yep, do it. Welcome to the magnetic packaging module. Today, we're going to learn how to suck viewers into your videos with titles and thumbnails. So our goal is to gain a solid understanding of how to make your avatar click. Here's what we'll do today. We'll talk about what packaging is, why it matters, a few packaging examples, the packaging checklist, how to package your videos, and that's it. So what is packaging? The packaging is the thumbnail and the title. In this example, this is the thumbnail, this is the title. You probably already knew that. It represents your video idea. That's what packaging is. Good job. You guys are doing so good. Yep, amazing. Claps for you. Now on to the next part. So why does packaging even matter? Well, let's say our goal is money. To get money, we need sales. And to get sales, we need leads. And to get leads, we need views. And to get views, we need clicks. And to get clicks, we need impressions. And to get impressions, we need to post videos that people want to watch. And luckily, we already covered how to come up with ideas that people want to watch. The answer is genius ideas. Meaning, if you post videos, you will get impressions. But, sorry, it must have been a typo. But, just because you get impressions doesn't mean you'll get clicks. So here's how it works. First, you post a video. And YouTube figures out who to show it to by looking at the title, the thumbnail, the content, and the channel history. And then YouTube recommends it to some people. And then depending on if those people like the video, like they click and watch it, YouTube will find similar people to show it to. So watching matters, and we'll cover that in a little bit. But before viewers can watch, they have to click. And depending on how many people and what kind of people click, your video will get recommended to more or less of those people. If you make a thumbnail and title that gets your avatar to click, your video will get recommended to more of the right people. And when someone sees your packaging on YouTube, that's an impression. When they click on your video, that's a view. Your goal is to get more impressions to click. This is called click-through rate, or CTR for short. Makes sense. CTR is the percent of impressions that convert into a view. Hence click-through rate. If you make better packaging, you'll get more clicks. The more clicks you get, the more views you get. The more views you get, the more leads you get. The more leads you get, the more sales you get. The more sales you get, the more money you get. The more money you get, the more happy you'll be. The end. Just kidding. That's why packaging matters. If your packaging is trash, no clicks, no leads, no money. If your packaging is great, yes clicks, yes leads, yes money. Money by banana. Banana equals happy monkey. Good packaging equals happy monkey. So what makes good versus bad packaging really? Pop quiz. Which packaging is better? The first one or the second one? Think in your head right now. Just decide. One or two. One or two. Wrong! You probably guessed one, didn't you? Well, here is the titles. How not to make fitness content. So this one, he's jacked. Absolute legend, keto right here. He's jacked, but there's no hint at what's inside the video. And it's just confusing, which is bad. This one, he's jacked. And the video looks like it'd be funny to watch. It relates to the title. And it shows what might be inside the video, like some crazy editing or crazy shit. I don't know. So what's the lesson here? Well, you can't judge a thumbnail without the title. They're both part of a whole, not separate. Now, which packaging is better? When the title is How I Got Jacked as a Teenager, Full Guide. Correct. This one is messy and overwhelming. It doesn't look like it's going to deliver a lot. There's too many elements to focus. No idea what the video will actually be about. This will surprise you. Like, what the fuck? And it also hides his proof, so it's covering how jacked he is. In this one, he's jacked, which is instant proof. There's only one element. It's him with a brick wall behind him, so there's clarity and no overwhelm. And I know the video is about what the title says. So assuming the video idea is useful to your avatar, what makes good packaging? I said why. That's funny. It all boils down to this. It exhibits a pronounced aptitude for monopolizing and sustaining involuntary ocular fixation by virtue of its salient perceptual distinctiveness. And it facilitates immediate cognitive assimilation with minimal interpretive friction, thereby rendering comprehension virtually effortless. And the advantages outcome The advantageous outcome is articulated with conspicuous lucidity and possesses a magnetism that registers intrinsically desirable to the perceiver. And it propositionally content maintains a sufficient degree of and it engenders the state of absence. Got it? That's the end of today's lesson. Now go do it. I'm just kidding, you silly goose. It all boils down to this. It's eye-catching. It's easy to understand. The benefit is clear and desirable. It's believable. And it raises intriguing questions. That's the packaging checklist. And yes, this is all equal to this. It's all the same stuff. That was my funny joke. That is the packaging checklist. So number 1, is it eye-catching? Without thinking, real quick, which one stands out the most? Just decide, which thumbnail? Well, for most of you, probably nearly all of you, it's this one, right? And for some, it's this one. And maybe one of you, if you're like weird or something, it would be this one, right? But likely nobody focused on this one, or this one. Everybody focused on this one. So why do certain things catch your eye? Is it color theory, rule of thirds, frequency? It doesn't matter. Maybe a topic for another day. But all we need to know is that certain things catch our eye. That's good because we can just test it ourselves. So I use Kai for this, which is my own app, but you can use thumblytics.com. It's free. You basically upload your thumbnail, write your title, and you can preview your thumbnail on a realistic YouTube homepage. Number 2, is it easy to understand? So, which is simpler? This one, the new way to blow up on YouTube in 2026. Or this one, growth hacking secrets, fast viral growth in 2026, here we come. Obviously this one. The video is about the new way. That's obvious. The new way to blow up on YouTube. That's what it is. Very straightforward. And to test this, you can use your brain. Or you can ask your avatar which one makes most sense. Number 3, is the benefit clear and desirable? And by benefit, I mean 1, outcome your avatar wants to have happen, which is a desire, or an outcome your avatar wants to avoid, which is a fear. So here's a desire. Make these 5 videos as a new YouTuber to blow up your channel. Here's a fear. Avoid these 5 mistakes as a new YouTuber or you'll never blow up. The desire is blow up your channel. The fear is you'll never blow up your channel. Those are both good. So now which one is better? How to do search engine optimization better, or how to rank number 1 on Google in under 30 minutes. This one! Same video, but the benefit is way more clear and way more desirable. Rank number 1 on Google instead of do search engine optimization better. It's like, what does that even mean? So again, which one is better? Don't do these things if you want to make more. Or stop doing these 6 life-ruining habits or you'll stay broke forever. You're probably right on this one. So this one is things is vague. Make more is vague. Like how much? What are the things? What the fuck? This one is 6 life-ruining habits and stay broke forever. It's very, very clear. Number 4, is it believable? So which one here is more believable? The titles are both how to go viral, make tons of money from YouTube. Obviously this one is because it's pointing to YouTube analytics. That's just a picture taken. It looks very authentic, whereas this one is like some scammer. And that was an extreme example, but it works in less extreme ways too. So this one, which I've shown you before, here the thumbnail is an arrow pointing to the YouTube analytics. And here the thumbnail is a hand. And just so you know, for 99.99% of people, 92 million views is a fuckload of views. 1.3 billion views is a fuckload of views. That's not the difference. The difference is how authentic this looks versus this. Even the glare of it, it's a low quality picture. So sometimes you got to ask yourself, is this even believable or trustworthy? And often you'll find that it's not. So finally, 5, does it raise intriguing questions? So this one, practice like this every day to learn songs 10 times faster. This took me 16 years. So I think, what is this? And how do I practice every day? This one, most people think this doesn't work, but it made me $10 million. Steal this model. What is this? Again, what business model is it? Now for this one, which is better? So these are the same titles. How to become a full-time YouTuber so fast your boss wants you back. This one says start selling this ASAP, and this one is full-time YouTuber. So maybe you think it's this one because this is like the desired result, right? But it's actually this one. This is way better because it raises the question, what do I sell? Can I sell this? How do I sell it? Whereas this one just says the same thing as the title. Doesn't do anything else. And this matters because if your viewers are curious about a question, they will click to get the answer. Next, how to package your videos. So here's my general process. First, I start with the title, then I go to the thumbnail. Sorry. I start with the idea, then the title, then the thumbnail. And for the thumbnail, I make the image, and then I clarify the image, and then I add to it. So I usually use a screenshot from a video for the image, and then I throw it into my favorite thumbnail software. My favorite thumbnail software to make thumbnails with. So I used Photoshop for 4+ years. I liked it. But one day I decided to try Canva. My first time using Canva, I made a thumbnail faster than I ever did with Photoshop, without knowing the UI or anything about the features. So I canceled my Photoshop subscription and started the $15 a month Canva subscription. Canva is cheaper, simpler, better, faster. It is the best in my opinion. And I'm not affiliated with Canva. I wish I was. So you can trust me. I'm not making money by recommending them. I also use Kai for AI edits, which is my thumbnail software, but I made this course before it existed. So you'll probably hear about that another time. And I'll attach a little video of my full process of creating thumbnails with Canva. Not a little video. It'll be a long video if you want to watch it. So not every thumbnail should be the same. And I can't show you how to make 100 different thumbnails. So I gave you some templates, which you can see in the resources below. Now, I get asked all the time, what's the difference between the title, the thumbnail, and the thumbnail text? And like I said before, they are part of a whole, not separate. The title, the thumbnail, the text in the thumbnail, if you even have it. They should all follow the packaging checklist. And if you check all the boxes before you have thumbnail text, then you don't need any. So here's an example, how to get so jacked your friends don't recognize you. It's eye-catching, it's simple, the benefit is clear and desirable, it's believable, and it raises a question, how? And so it doesn't need text on the thumbnail. But for example, if I added just copy me, it makes it seem easier and less effort, which is the third thing in the checklist. And it makes it seem like you have a system. But it also adds more elements, so it's less simple. So how do you know what is better? Well, you'll never know for sure. That's the game of YouTube. But here's how to make a great guess. Rate your packaging on each checklist point from 0 through 10. 0 points equals absolute dog shit. 50 points equals perfect. You'll never get 50 points, just try to go higher than like 30. So that's how to package your video and rate the packaging. And remember, there is no growth without action. So the action step for today is to package your next video. I'll see you in the next module. Bye! You're a person. I'm a person. We're both people. YouTube plaques, do you want them? I can help you. Click the link below. Welcome to the Persuasive Hooks module. Today we're going to learn how to hook your viewers and convince them to watch until the end. So I started my first YouTube channel 5 years ago, and since then I've blown up 4 YouTube channels, passed 2 million subscribers on the first one I started, and even got recognition from Alex Hormozy for my expertise on YouTube content. Subscribe.
Yeah,
on the
that's
thumbnails, you've been working with Kai, and Kai's good.
And what I've found after 5 years of intense YouTube obsession is this. If you can't get viewers to watch your video, nothing else matters. And since I've posted over 700 videos, I looked at all of my top performing videos and found a pattern. In the first 30 seconds, 5 things happen that convince the viewer to watch until the end. So I used the pattern to create a simple 5-step hook framework. And when I tested the hook framework, I blew up a new channel to over 50,000 subscribers with 1 video. And today, I'm going to show you what a hook is, the hook framework, how to make yours, and then we're going to create your own hook. So by the end, you'll be able to steal the framework that got me 1.6 billion views, blew up my 3rd channel to 100,000 subscribers in only 22 days, and consistently brings me quality leads from my YouTube channel. So that you don't have to worry about your viewers clicking off early and giving value to an audience of nobody. Part 1, what is a hook? So think of your YouTube video as the product you're selling. If you want to get people to buy your product, they have to know it exists. So that's where the genius ideas came in. But even if they see it, they won't buy it if they can't afford, if they can't go find out more. My eyes blurred this shit together. Which is why we talked about magnetic packaging, how to make great thumbnails and titles. But even if they know it exists, they see it, and they go to find out more, they click on it, there's no guarantee that they'll buy, which is watch it. So if we think of ideas as product market fit and packaging as marketing, then hooks become sales. We got their attention with the idea, we got them interested with the thumbnail and title, but they still haven't paid us yet. And at its core, a good hook does one thing. A good hook gets the viewer to watch the video, or buy the product for the other example. Part 2, the hook framework. When you break it down, the hook framework is stupidly simple. You really only have to do 2 things. build trust, and build desire. If you can do that, you win. The best way I've found to do that is with this 5-step framework. The BBBBB framework. This is not AI, that's me harvesting bees in a real tattoo. So the first is belief. Give them a reason to trust you. Then benefit. Explain the benefit of watching the video. And then bad. Articulate the problems and pains that you'll solve. Break down. Tell them exactly what to expect. Break down what the video is going to be about. And then bait. Open a loop they can't close unless they watch. And I know you probably noticed, but I started today's presentation with this framework. To give you a reason to trust me, I told you I blew up 4 of my own channels, hit 2 million subs, and got recognized from Hormozy. To explain the benefit of watching, I told you that by the end of this presentation, you'd be able to steal the framework that got me various benefits you might want too. And to articulate the problems and pains I solve, I said, so you don't have to worry about your viewers clicking off early and giving value to an audience and nobody. To tell you what to expect, I simply went over what I'll show you today and showed a visual chart that made it easy to understand. And to open a loop you couldn't close unless you watched, I hyped up the hook framework, but didn't tell you what it was. Now, this might seem complicated, but it really only did 2 things. So, your belief builds trust. The benefit builds desire. Bad builds trust and desire. Breakdown builds trust and desire. Bait builds desire. It's basically just a lot of shit that builds more trust and desire. And so remember this. The more trust and desire you can build in the shortest time possible, the more viewers will watch your video.
The more trust and desire you can build in the shortest time possible, the more viewers will watch your video.
That's the Gorilla YouTube Master.
The more trust and desire you can build in the shortest time possible, the more viewers will watch your video.
I learned it from the bee herself.
The more trust and desire you can build in the shortest time possible, the more viewers will watch your video.
And the craziest part is none of these are AI generated. I took these videos myself. So also your hook should generally be under 30 seconds. And if you didn't already know, sorry. The more trust and desire you can build in the shortest time possible, the more viewers will watch your video. Part 3, how to make your hook. So the hook framework is malleable, meaning you can bend it and warp it and it will still work. It doesn't have to follow the order: belief, benefit, bad, breakdown, bait. It could be bait, bad, benefit, belief, breakdown. It could even be belief, breakdown. As long as you build trust and desire and get through it quickly, it's fine. Here's 6 examples.
I've been in business for 13 years. I've sold
Belief.
9 companies. My last
Belief.
company I sold for $46.2 million. I own
Belief.
acquisition.com, which right
Belief.
now does about $17 million a month across our
Belief.
portfolio. I'm going to compress 13 years of brutal business truths and lessons into this one video.
Breakdown. That's it. 13 hooks. 13 seconds. And it was a great hook. Now this one. So 1.3 billion views later, how much money did I actually make? Bait. So I raised the question, how much money did I actually make? Bruh. In this video, we're gonna go over my top 3 most viewed long form videos. So I break down what I'm doing in this video, but I'm also baiting them, every single one. They wanna know, okay, what are the top 3 most viewed long form videos? My top 3 most viewed short form videos, which has a 96 million view video. They want to know all of these. So as I break down what I'm going to talk about, I'm not just giving them an overview of what I'm going to talk about, I'm making them want to know. My all-time revenue for 1.3 billion views. And then we're going to talk about why I quit my channel. So 18 seconds, that's the hook. Now here, breakdown, bad. No proof on this one, no belief.
Here's how you get ahead of 99% of people in 6 to 12 months.
He literally just said the title. That's the breakdown of the video. Boom.
Become brutally aware of 2 things. The first is what you don't want. The second is where you will end up if you keep doing the same things in life. Observe.
So then he just goes into the problem, the bad. Now this one has a lot of things. And this is this guy's second most popular video.
Something really bad happens to your
Wow, crazy.
brain when you watch short form content.
So then that also baits you. Huh, what happens that's bad?
And no, I'm not talking about your attention span and your ability to focus. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that scrolling through 5 to 10 second videos is gonna scramble your brain and make it so that you're unable to focus on anything that's longer than 5 to 10 seconds.
So then that also baits you even more because you think, oh, I was thinking he was going to talk about, you know, the obvious reasons short form content is bad, but he's going to talk about something else, which makes me even more curious.
And I'm also not talking about the whole comparison thing where you're scrolling through, you know, the most extreme versions of body image or money. And, you know, we've all heard the quote before that comparison is the thief of joy. And we've all heard the cliche that the average human has an attention span of the same length of a goldfish, right? These are pretty common pieces of knowledge that have...
So he's just constantly baiting you, making you think, okay, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this, which makes me want to know what it is even more.
Went through modern society that we understand. What I'm about to tell you is way deeper than that and way more sinister. And when I figured this thing out a few years ago, I haven't looked back or watched short form content since because of you.
So that's belief right there. That's proof. When I figured this out, I haven't watched it since.
If you understand this thing,
which is the benefit of watching the video.
It will petrify you and it will scare you to your core, which
bad.
Should in turn stop you from actually doing the thing. So in order for us to understand how short form...
Yeah. And should stop you from doing it. That's the benefit. Now this one has a lot of things.
If you get distracted...
instantly. Bad.
You get slapped. I wish that was a service I could pay for. Because lately, I've been really disappointed with myself. I have all these goals and dreams, but then I keep sabotaging myself with all these dumb distractions. And
so this actually is proof because he's talking about himself. You don't have to be a rich millionaire to have proof, to build belief, to build trust in your audience. He's sharing a weakness of his and then also showing how bad it is.
I'm so sick of always feeling like I could be
Logan Paul
doing more. So for 30 days, I did something that changed everything. But first, a quick warning. After watching this video, you're gonna make some drastic changes in your life.
I did 30 days that changed everything. Benefit, warning, you're gonna make some drastic changes in your life after watching this video. That's a bait.
I cut out all temptations for 30 days.
So then he breaks down what he did in the video. Now this one, it's another long one.
So I made 400 grand.
You can skip ahead if you want, but I think these are good lessons, which is why I included them.
So I made 400 grand last month building automation systems.
Belief.
And I'm going to tell you why learning automation in 2026 is probably one of the worst career moves that I think you can make.
Bad.
Before you click off this video, hear me out. I run an automation agency called Left Click. We have worked with everything from local businesses that make 10 grand.
The bad was also the bait.
And a month to 8-figure investment firms today, like Alex Hormozi and Sam Evans. Means I get a ton of visibility into how automation systems are being sold today.
So he went into a bunch of belief, proof, and then he wrapped it up by saying, and this basically means I get a ton of insight into what's happening today in automations and stuff.
The way things are going. So you probably heard some rumblings about this. So let me make it clear. The skill that has made all of us a lot of money over the course of the last couple of years is well on the verge of becoming worthless. I think that there are a select few that are positioning themselves for what is coming next. My goal with this video is just to add to that select few and then educate people on where we go from here.
Breakdown.
So some uncomfortable truths.
Boom. Yep. So I show you all these to make the point that your hook doesn't need to be some exact thing. You can switch up the order, hit on some points more than others, disregard other points to respect the viewer's time, etc. There is no one best way. The viewer just needs to think it's a good idea to watch the video. So to create your own hook, simply write using aspects of the framework that builds trust and desire. You can fill out this worksheet. So get the worksheet below in the link in the course thing. This is what it is. Fill out this worksheet to gather important information that you can use in your hook. And then you can write it yourself. Oh, what's this? Sparkles? More sparkles? It's the magical YouTube fairy! And she says dog. What? Dog? Don't even. I made a GPT for you, so you can just paste your info and get a hook. Easy, bruh. Whee! And here is the gift. So, this is the hook GPT. And you can say, create new hook, and go through the process, and it'll help you create a hook. And this is trained on proven hooks that I've written. So you've got 4 options. You can use the worksheet and the GPT. You can just use the GPT workflow, and so it works by itself if you don't plug your worksheet into it. You can use these templates. So I've created, 10 or 11 templates? Yeah, 11 templates that you can use to write your own hooks. Or you can just write it yourself. And remember, there is no growth without action. So the action step for today is to create the hook for your next video right now, and I will see you in the next module. Bye! Yes, you can use the GPTs. I made a bunch of free stuff for you, but how do you know if it's actually the right stuff? Well, you don't. Unless you get my help. No, you don't get my help. I'm not even gonna do a CTA in this one, just don't. Dislike the video. Welcome to the captivating content module. Dun dun dun. Today we're gonna learn how to structure your content to keep viewers watching, so don't click off. And to understand how to structure your content to keep viewers watching, we first must understand why they're watching in the first place. So you are an educational content creator, meaning you make educational content. And now this might sound crazy, but the people who watch these videos want to watch educational content, which means they want to be educated. So what is education? Well, education is the transfer of information that causes a change in behavior. At least that's what good education is. Now, you might think this is crazy or stupid or just wrong. Like, how could education be the key to keep people watching? Well, if your goal is to change someone's behavior, you won't succeed by just dumping boring information on them and forcing them to memorize it, as traditional education does. If you do that, people will instantly click off, and you won't get the opportunity to change their behavior. Then the YouTube algorithm will see that people are clicking off, and will stop recommending your videos, which is bad. So as you can see, the goal of changing someone's behavior is aligned with the goal of keeping them watching. So you might as well focus on the first. Here's an example. Imagine I'm making a video about how to stay focused so you can be more productive. Hey guys, first thing is to delete all your social media, then you should wake up at 5 a.m. before anybody else is awake and immediately do 10 push-ups, then go in a dark room and put on headphones so you can focus on your work, and then turn on your computer and open Google Docs and plan the 3 most important things you want to get done that day, then start on the first one and don't stop until it's done, then take a 5-minute break and eat a small snack and get some coffee, and then go back to the dark room and start on your second task and complete it, then do your third task, then boom, you're done! So, say like 500 people clicked on that video. How many people do you think changed their behavior after watching it? Probably all of them, because they'll never watch that channel again. But nobody's going to actually take the advice. And the thing is, the advice wasn't even that bad, but it was missing one very important thing. And if you master this thing, you'll be able to change your viewers' behavior, which will keep them watching and coming back for more whenever you upload a new video. This is persuasion. I'd say about 80% of good educational content is persuasion and 20% is information. And if you really want to change someone's behavior, you can't just dump information on them. You have to persuade them. Persuasion keeps people watching. Persuasion gets people results. Persuasion keeps people coming back. Persuasion will build you an audience of people that love you and want to buy your stuff. So here's what we'll cover today. The 7 elements of captivating content, how to use the elements to structure your own video, and then you'll structure your own video. Sound good? Let's go. Part 1, the 7 elements of captivating content. You can remember them using the POSSESS framework. Problems, outcomes, suspense, stories, examples, strategies, steps. And when you put these together, you possess your viewer, keep them watching, and have the highest chance of changing their behavior. Element 1, problems. So the purpose of this element is to let your viewer know what problems will occur or will continue to occur if they don't watch the video or follow your advice. And this actually might be one of, if not the most important elements. If you don't implement this into your video, something terrible is going to happen. But before I tell you what that is, let me tell you why it will happen. As humans, well, I'm going to assume you're a human too. As humans, our brains are wired to search for danger. For our size, we're actually one of the weakest and most fragile beings on the planet. There's basically 2 things that we have that absolutely dominate every other animal on Earth, but everything else we pretty much suck at. One is that we can throw things further than any other animal. That's cool. And the second is that we are way, way, way smarter. And because there are only 2 things that give us an advantage, we've had to develop an extremely strong instinct for physical danger. Even though most of us aren't worried about being eaten by a tiger on a daily basis, we still have that instinct. And so when we hear about a problem, even if we don't consciously correlate it with death, that part of our brain fires up and we listen. And so when you're creating videos and you want your viewers to pay attention, you have 2 options. Don't tell them about the problem that will occur if they take your advice, or activate the superpower in their brain that causes them to watch your video for longer. My advice, choose the second option, but it's your choice. Now, for some reason, if you choose not to tell them about the problem, this is the terrible thing that will happen. viewers will click off, and YouTube will see that everybody is clicking off, and then YouTube will stop recommending your videos, and you will stop getting views and leads. And this will cause you to stop making money, which will cause you to either, 1, lose your social status, get abandoned by everybody that loves you, and die. Or 2, not be able to afford food and shelter, go homeless, starve, and die. Now, let me give you a few examples. Which one of these is more convincing? Delete Instagram. Or, the average Instagram user spends 30 minutes a day on the app, meaning if you have Instagram on your phone, over the next 50 years, you are likely to spend an entire year of your life on Instagram, most likely doing something meaningless. 50 years from now, you would realize how much time you truly wasted. But it's not just time, it's your life. The life you could have spent exercising more, learning new skills, or spending time with the people you love. But instead, you scrolled on meaningless content. And at that point, you would have so much regret, so much guilt in your heart, that you simply couldn't move on. And then you would die. But if you want to prevent that from happening, in only 3 clicks, you can just delete the app. I may have slightly exaggerated just a little bit about the dying part, but the point remains pretty clear. Now, there's one more thing you should know before I move on to element 2. And if you do this, you can supercharge the effect of using this element. This is to accurately articulate the problems that your viewer is either currently experiencing or is afraid of experiencing. And if you do this, your viewer will feel like you understand their problem, and then will give you the authority to tell them what to do. And this will increase your watch time. Element 2, outcomes. The purpose of this element is to tell viewers what positive outcome will occur if they watch the video or follow your advice. You could define this as a goal or desire or benefit, doesn't matter, same thing. If you implement this correctly, you'll be able to paint a vivid picture for your viewer, showing them what's possible if they just watch your video, which will keep them watching your video. And if I were making content about journaling for self-improvement, I wouldn't start the video by saying, all right, so this is the prompt for today. But instead, I would first talk about the benefit of the prompt before even telling them what the prompt is. That way, before you get to the prompt, they're sold on what it is. And this keeps them on their toes, which obviously means they'll keep watching the video. I see this mistake all the time when people have like 10 steps to get rich or whatever, and the first step is to set a goal. They say, step 1, set a goal. And then they go on to explain why you should set a goal. But by doing this makes people click off because they're like, bro, I know what a fucking goal is. I'm here to get rich, not set more goals. My goal is to get rich. But if instead you started off by talking about the benefit of what you're talking about to tell them, the benefit of what you're about to tell them, then they would believe that they would get what they want out of whatever you're going to say. This means that more people will watch the video for longer. And there's another benefit, which is even crazier. They will take the advice more seriously. So if you sell somebody on setting goals before they know that setting goals is what you're selling them on, they will be more inclined to actually take your advice, implement the steps, and be more likely to actually get results. So if your goal is to change their behavior and get them results, which it should be, then talking about the benefits of changing their behavior is absolutely crucial. Element 3, suspense. The purpose of this element is to make your viewers want more, but it's not what you think. In fact, I'm scared to even share this with you because if I could attribute all of my YouTube success to one of these 7 elements, it would be this one. Full stop, hands down, period, girl, slay. The best retention I've ever gotten on YouTube is with a 40-second short on my old gaming channel. This video has 31 million views and the average watch time is 42 seconds. Yes, you heard that right. 0 seconds into the video, the retention says 193%. This means that 93% of the people made it to the end of the video, to the point where the video looped, which is why the average watch time is longer than the actual video. What could have possibly happened in this video that would make the watch time longer than the video? Well, in the beginning, I said something that was simple but extremely effective. I said, they're trying to say I can't get past level 8. And the first thing on the screen is level 1, then level 2, then level 3, and so on. It's me playing a level in a game, and the first 2 seconds make it clear that the level gets harder and harder and harder. Players of this game obsess about difficulty. It's the absolute pinnacle of the game. And so for me to refer to later on in the video that something extremely difficult is going to happen, every single person watching it wants to see that happen. They want to see if I can get past level 8. This was a trend I started in this niche called 10 levels of difficulty, which by the way crushes it in entertainment, but can also work in education. 10 levels of journaling, 10 levels of fitness, 10 levels of copywriting, 10 levels of automation. But it doesn't have to be 10 levels. 3 levels of faith, 7 levels of wealth, 5 levels of landscape paintings. The reason this works is very, very simple. It makes the viewer want more. They see level 1 and want to see level 10. But number of levels of, X is not the only way you can implement this. At the beginning of me explaining this element, I didn't tell you there are 10 levels of suspense. I just talked about how important this element was, which made you want more. In the context of a TV show, we call this cliffhangers. In the context of a story, we call it an open loop. In the context of a YouTube video, we often call it a curiosity gap. I just called it suspense so that it could be an S in possess. Problems, outcomes, stories, and examples all have their own individual benefits, but they can also all create suspense. So it's not that you need to implement each element individually. You can conjoin multiple elements into one extremely powerful part of your video. Element 4, stories. Stories are powerful because they engage our emotions and brains on a deep level, making information more memorable and relatable. Until I was 10 or 11, my brother and I slept in the same room, and some nights my parents would tell us a story in bed. And one night my mom told us a story about the secret basement under our house. She said if you move some furniture around in her office, you would find a hatch that if you opened, you would see a stairway leading down into the ground. Once you walked down the stairs, you would see 3 different slides. And if you went down the blue slide, you would fly down this ginormous slide for a few minutes until you got to the bottom. And at the bottom, there would be a huge secret layer filled with rocket ships, advanced technology, and everything I could ever dream of. And that night, she told us a story about how we picked out giant pogo sticks and hopped around the world. I must have been 5 or 6 when she told me the story, but I remember it vividly. And in that moment, when she was telling it, it felt so real. I nearly believed that she was telling the truth. Now, obviously, this is an imaginary story, and the purpose of it is entertainment and to get your kids to shut up and go to sleep. But that's not the only use of a good story. A fun trick to get to know someone is to ask them what their favorite movie is, and often, they love that movie because they can relate to the main character. Telling a story is the easiest way to get someone to put themselves in someone else's shoes. So if I were trying to convince someone to start journaling daily, it wouldn't work very well if I just told them, hey man, you should start journaling every day. What would work better is if I told them a story of someone who was going through a similar problem that they are, and that one day they stumbled upon the practice of daily journaling, tried it out, and transformed their lives. And I know telling stories might sound intimidating, but you don't have to be an amazing storyteller to just tell a story. There are some tricks you can use, like don't say and then for every sentence. For example, here's 2 stories about some guy slaying a dragon and rescuing a princess. Here's version 1. Kai raised his sword as the dragon's roar shook the valley. With courage burning brighter than the beast's fire, he leapt forward, striking true at its heart. Smoke cleared and silence fell over the battlefield. From the shattered tower, Princess Bella emerged, her eyes wide with awe. Grateful, she grabbed Kai's hand, and together they walked into the dawn, free at last. Version 2. Kai saw a dragon, and then he walked up to it, and then he swung his sword, and then the dragon fell down, and then Kai went to the tower, and then he opened the door, and then Bella came out, and then they left. Same story, same events, one of them sucks. It was the second one. Don't worry about perfectly telling stories. The best stories to tell are things you've personally experienced, which is much easier than making some shit up about dragons. Element 5. Examples. The purpose of this element is to help the viewer better understand what you're talking about. It's pretty simple. For example, this is photosynthesis explained without an example. Photosynthesis is how plants make food. Now with an example, photosynthesis is how plants make food. It's kind of like if you could stare at a lamp long enough to cook yourself a 3-course dinner. That's what plants do with the sun. Sometimes just saying what it is isn't enough for someone to understand, or at least imagine what it really means. But if you can put it into the context of something that someone already understands, then it'd make more sense to them. If I was teaching a business owner how to grow on YouTube, I'd explain packaging as marketing, hooks as sales, and videos as products. It turns the unfamiliar into the familiar, the unknown into the known. Element 6, strategies. The purpose of this element is to help the viewer understand how to get the result they want. You basically do this by explaining to your viewer the process of achieving the goal. If I were helping somebody learn jujitsu, I wouldn't start by teaching them how to perfectly lock in an armbar. I'd give them an overview of what they should and shouldn't do. Like what your guard is, and that you shouldn't let somebody pass your guard, and how to pass somebody else's guard. If you don't go over the strategy before you get into the tactical process, you're going to overwhelm the viewer, and they're most likely going to click off. The strategy warms the viewer up and prepares them to take the necessary steps to change their behavior and achieve their goal. Element 7, steps. The purpose of this element is to help the viewer get the result they want. The first 5 elements were all persuasion, the 6th element was an overview of how to get results, and the 7th element is the step-by-step action plan that if they follow, they will get results. If you don't implement this element, everything else becomes worthless. For example, say I'm making a video about how to learn skills faster. If you're watching this video, that means you want to learn skills faster. Maybe you're getting into a new sport, starting a new job, or just some fun hobby, and you don't want to get left behind. Well, I'm not going to waste any more of your time. In this video, you're going to learn how to the trick I use to learn things 10 times faster than all of my friends. With this trick, I skied a black diamond difficulty trail on my 4th day ever skiing, which is, if you don't know, the second hardest difficulty ranking for skiing. I've also been able to teach myself guitar, piano, how to solve a Rubik's Cube, how to do magic tricks, and a bunch of fun stuff that I still use to impress my friends to this day. When you use this trick, it feels like running a marathon with a jetpack. But I remember before I used this trick, I thought I was stupid or had some kind of learning disorder. Whenever my friend group would get into a new activity, I would try to learn it too, but they'd all surpass me. At first, I thought I was just doing something wrong, but then I thought maybe I was what's wrong. But I couldn't accept that to be true, so I went on a rampage of studying. I literally learned about learning. I learned about skill acquisition. I read dozens of books. I talked with dozens of professionals in tons of different niches. And finally, I found it. I found the trick. This trick has completely changed my life. Without it, I would probably still think something's wrong with me, and honestly, at this point, I don't know what I would do to cope with it. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to buy my course, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, I know that was a bit long, and I basically just wanted to drag out the pain to really make the point. Steps are what your viewer has to do to get from where they are to where they want to be. And if your viewer doesn't know what to do, you're not giving them good steps. If your viewer does know what to do, you are giving them good steps. And if your video isn't about physically doing something to achieve a result, then steps can be reasons why, or beliefs, or your main points related to your video. Part 2, how to structure your own video. How you structure your video depends on what your video is about. If it's a tutorial, you don't really need to use much of these elements at all. If you're just showing somebody how to set up an automation, just getting to the point and explaining what to do as simply as possible is the best thing you can do. But if you need to convince them why they need to use a certain automation, or why automations matter in the first place, that's when these elements come into play. So when I make videos, this is what I do. I start with an idea, and I turn that into a title. At that point, I put myself under the perspective of the viewer to figure out a good hook. I fully script out my hook until I feel like it's solid, and then I write out bullet points of what I'm going to talk about within the video. And then for each point, I add a few of the elements to keep viewers watching. And if you enjoy writing, then you can 100% script your entire video word for word. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just way harder to actually record the video at that point, and then you need to edit out when you mess up, stuff like that. What I like doing instead is having a document open with my entire video plan so that I can just glance at it, remember what I'm talking about, and riff off of what I have written down. If I try to do things word for word, it doesn't feel as authentic, and I honestly hate recording it, which causes me to not record it in the first place. And unless I'm doing a presentation like this one, because then I don't have to pretend I'm not reading a script. Obviously, the script is the fucking presentation. So how do you choose which element to put where? Well, there's really no one best way to do it. Sometimes if you tell a story in the right way, you can cover problems, outcomes, suspense, strategies, and steps. If you try to cover everything though, I'd make the steps as clear as possible after your story. But stories are a great way to paint the picture of how bad the problems actually are, or how great the outcomes are. But that doesn't mean you should only tell stories. You could just talk about the problem, you could just talk about the outcome, or you could just give some examples of why what you're talking about matters. Again, there isn't one best way. You should just choose what you believe will convince your viewer to keep watching and take action. If you'd prefer to follow a specific format, I've made 3 templates for you, where you can just fill in the blanks to structure your videos. And those are below in the resources tab. So part 3, structuring your next video. Remember, there's no growth without action. So the action step for today is to structure your next video. You can use the templates below. I'll see you in the next module. Bye! Yo, it's Kai again. I hope you enjoyed that last lesson. If you haven't already, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you want to see more hyper valuable content. And if you want my help growing your channel, click the link below. and you can see how I might be able to help you with that. Welcome to the Value Bomb module. Today, we're going to learn how to give so much value that you make your competition cry. Now, I have a question for you. Would you rather watch a good video or a bad video? Decide right now in 3, 2, 1. Obviously, it's a good one, okay? So your viewers would choose the same option, and that's why making a good video is important. So today, we're going to cover the difference between a good and bad video, 4 ways to give more value, and then we'll make your next video a value bomb. Part 1, good versus bad videos. So how do we decipher between a good and a bad video? Well, we probably think a good video will give us a good time or a good ROI in general. It will either be entertaining or we'll learn something that will improve our lives. Whereas a bad video, we'd probably assume we'd get neither of those. But what really makes the difference between a good and a bad video? We could define this as value, but that's really just a term that means nothing if we don't fully understand it. Let's define value as the ratio of what you get for what you give. And the famous value equation by Alex Hormozi is dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay times effort and sacrifice equals value. And this is essentially what you get for what you give. If I offered you a way to make $10,000 a month on the side, it'd only take 15 minutes to set up, you wouldn't pay until you get to $10,000 a month, and at that point, you'd only be paying $500 a month. That's a pretty valuable offer. You'd profit $9,500 a month ongoing with only 15 minutes to set up and 0 risk. In other words, you'd get a lot for what you give. And you'd probably tell your entire family, your extended family, and everybody you've ever met about this offer. This is what we want to do with our YouTube videos. There are 2 things viewers give. Their time, which is like the time it takes to watch the video, and their effort. So the energy it takes to focus on the video and take the advice. But I could not possibly sum up in a list what they can get, because there is no limit to what they can get. Part 2, 4 ways to give more value. Way number 1, compress time. So you've probably seen this video format pushed in your face all the time on YouTube. Give me 58 seconds and blah, 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 big promise. So this is the first one I saw. I don't know if this guy created the format or somebody else did, but this one was pushed in my face before I saw anybody else copying it. Then everybody copied it. Started with self-improvement, then got into business, comedy, trading, losing weight, even Facebook ads, ROAS. So why does this work so well? It basically makes the viewer think they're going to get something very valuable in under a minute. And it's funny to me that everybody's using 58 seconds because that just shows that people have no idea why this works and they're just blindly copying people, but it still works. And this would work fine with 59, 57, 56, 49 seconds, doesn't matter. The point is that you get something valuable by giving less than a minute of your time, aka you get a lot for what you give. Way number 2, extend time. You can also go the opposite route and make your video extremely long, which shows you're putting in more effort than many other channels do. So these are full guide or free course type videos. So, full 2025 looks maxing guide, N8N full course 6 hours, YouTube automation with AI, full course 10 hours, how I made $655K in 1 year on school, 7-hour masterclass, beginner to millionaire guide in 2025, 22 hours, how to start a YouTube channel 2025, full course. They're often creators' most popular videos and have the highest watch time per view, which also means the highest conversion rate into their paid products. The idea of the I got 58 seconds format is to compress a shitload of value into a tiny amount of time. And the idea of the full guide format is to put as much value as possible into one single video. So small videos are easy. People don't really have to believe that they're going to get the full result just from watching that video because it's such a small investment of time. Whereas full guides aren't as easy, but the perceived likelihood of achievement is way, way, way higher because if you make a 2 to 5 hour video, people really think everything I need to achieve my goal might just be inside of this one video. Wow. And so they're very likely to click to find out, and then within the first 30 seconds, they'll decide if they want to watch it or not. Way number 3, make it easier. So there's nothing worse than having to reread a page of a book because the author didn't spend more time making it simple. Or even worse, they tried to make it sound complicated so that people would think they're smart and take it more seriously. Don't assume that people are academic geniuses. Be clear, not clever. After planning out your video, go over it and think about what you can change, add, or remove to make it easier for the viewer to watch and understand the video. Change. Maybe you said, walking after a meal stimulates gastrointestinal motility, reduces gastric transit time, and supports more efficient nutrient absorption. But your viewers aren't scientists, so you could have just said, walking after you eat helps you feel lighter and more energized. Do this to avoid that food coma feeling and get back to being more productive. Side note, this especially matters if others in your niche are doing something that makes their videos easier to watch. If someone can get the same value more easily, they will always choose that option. Ad. Maybe you're making a video about how to do a workout, and the viewer has to imagine it themselves, whereas if you add some B-roll of you or someone else doing the exercise that you're explaining, the viewer would have a better idea of what you mean and wouldn't have to use as much brain power. Remove. Maybe you're telling a personal story and overlaying some stock images of a sad guy holding his hands in his head, when that's really just weird and distracting. If you could just make the story better, then people would have an easier time imagining it and feeling the emotions you want them to feel rather than overcomplicating it with shitty editing. Or you could do none of this and get no views and be sad. Just like these great examples of sadness. Way number 4, make it better. Another way to give value, more value, is just add things in your video that your competitors typically charge for, or just leave out of their free content in general. For the YouTube growth niche, this could be templates and frameworks because people usually sell those instead of just giving them away for free. But you have to research your own niche to be able to figure this stuff out. It could be like a workout plan or a diet plan for fitness niche, for example. Part 3, making your value bomb. You can choose one of these 3 options. A compressed time video, like I got 58 seconds, an extended time video, a free course, or just a normal video. Easier or better than normal. The easiest to create and get a quick win with would be the compressed time video. The hardest to create, but most powerful by far, is the extended time video. And you should consider making your normal videos more valuable anyway. But for the sake of speed and quick wins, I'd suggest going with a compressed time video for today. For example, a good title for a YouTube growth niche would be, give me 57 seconds and I'll change the way you make thumbnails forever. And a good thumbnail would be this. Big promise, short time frame, value. Another example, good title for a fitness niche would be, give me 59 seconds, I'll fix your slow progress and help you get jacked. And a good thumbnail would be this. And another example, a good title for the dropshipping niche would be, give me 59 seconds, I'll reveal the biggest mistake in e-commerce. And a good thumbnail would be this. Here's a few more examples in different niches. Give me 59 seconds, I'll fix your piano technique so you can learn faster. Give me 59 seconds, I'll change the way you write emails forever. I'll change the way you journal forever. I'll help you feel unstoppable again. I'll delete your insecurity as a developer. I'll delete your fear of automating emails. I'll fix your landscape paintings. I'll fill your online community with buyers. I'll fix your SEO so you can rank #1. Give me 59 seconds, I'll change the way you eat apples forever. I'll help you avoid a financial crisis. Sorry, that was for my cohort members. So now, how do you actually compress value? Actually, you will get access to the thumbnails at the end. In templates in the link in the description. Not in the description, the fucking resources page, whatever. So now, how do you actually compress value into less than 60 seconds? Well, essentially, you cut the bullshit. No need for persuasion. Just give people exactly what they clicked for as fast as possible. I'd recommend scripting it, and it's only about a minute, and because it's only about a minute, and you want to be as concise as possible. For example, this video, give me 57 seconds, I'll change the way you make thumbnails forever. I just started with the exact promise in the title. I'm about to change the way you make thumbnails forever. Then I'd move into some kind of perspective shift or belief breaker, like maybe you've been making thumbnails yourself or hiring somebody else to do it, but I'm going to show you a way to make better thumbnails faster and easier in just 5 steps. And then just get into step 1. We're going to watch 3 examples, then get into making our own. Here's an example for improving your acting. So give me 57 seconds, I'll transform your acting.
I'm gonna change your acting perspective in just under a minute. Most recently, I did Law & Order SVU, and working across the iconic Mariska Hargitay taught me before every single take, we have no idea what's about to happen.
So that's a little bit of proof. I'm sure actors know whoever the frick this lady is. And then he gets into like the advice, 10 seconds in.
Every single take, we have no idea what's about to happen.
We have no idea what's about to happen.
happen. You don't know what I'm gonna say. I don't know what you're going to say. When something happens that you didn't plan, all you can do is truthfully respond. A lot of you are doing your script breakdowns, planning exactly how you're going to deliver every line, which typically is gonna make your performances feel very fake and rehearsed. And us as the audience can always feel it. If you exclusively focus on relationship history, most of the script breakdown is gonna fall into place while remaining spontaneous. And then it's about having the bravery to take the focus off of yourself and place it across from you. Phenomenal acting is exclusively about the other person, never about yourself.
Interesting. I'm not an actor, but I actually learned stuff from that. So that was good. I liked it. And remember, there is no growth without action. So the action step for today is to write the idea for your value bomb right now. I will see you in the next module. Bye! Dislike the video, don't leave a comment, get out of here before you give me better retention, and don't give me any money. Welcome to the bonus module. So, what have we learned so far? Well, we started by building your YouTube engine to gain clarity, stand out, and get started. Then we moved into genius ideas, how to make ideas so good that viewers feel stupid scrolling past. And we talked about magnetic packaging, how to suck viewers into your videos with the right thumbnails and titles. And we talked about persuasive hooks, how to hook your viewer and convince them to watch until the end of the video. Then we talked about captivating content, how to structure your content to keep viewers watching using the Possess framework. And then we went over the value bomb, how to give so much value that you make your competition cry. And now we're here. One puzzle piece left. During my last cohort, I asked some people what they wanted to learn so I could figure out what would be most helpful. And that's exactly what we're talking about today. Now, I've got to be honest with you guys. This might sound crazy, but I don't use any of what I've taught you for my own channel. I don't use the AI tools, worksheets, or frameworks and templates that I've shared with you. Why? Well, after obsessing over YouTube for 5 years, posting over 700 videos, and speaking with hundreds of creators ranging from 0 to millions of subscribers, I've been able to cover a ton of surface area, so my brain has gained pattern recognition. And the purpose of each of these lessons was to give you guys a better chance of making successful videos without having to do the 5 years of work. And of course, you still need to do the work to master your craft. You'll never be able to just delegate all of YouTube to someone else. But I do believe that the past 5 lessons contain timeless principles that you will use as long as you keep making videos. So by popular demand for this last lesson, I'm going to show you exactly what I would do to blow up my own channel and get leads. Or more like what I will do, because I'm going to blow up my own channel soon. So the reason I haven't used AI much for my own channel in the past is because it simply wasn't good enough yet. But recently, that's changed. So today, I'm going to walk you through exactly what I'm going to do with my own channel. Starting with finding video ideas, then planning the videos, and then packaging the videos. And I've actually recorded Loom videos of me doing each of these 3 steps, and then I wrote about the steps that I took, so that the guide today is literally what I do, or what I did. Part 1, finding the videos. I usually like using the stare at a wall method to come up with ideas, but if I want the highest chance to blow up my channel, which I do, I will use a different method. This is to create a new YouTube channel and curate your feed as your avatar. So the purpose of this is to get recommended videos that are currently working so you can use the revamp method on them. I've recorded a 40-minute Loom video of me doing exactly this and finding 13 video ideas for myself. I will give you guys that Loom video in the classroom, but here are the steps I took to do this. Create a new channel, then look up videos and channels your avatar watches, click on videos and channels your avatar watches, subscribe to channels your avatar watches, click don't recommend channel to channels that don't fit your avatar, click not interested for videos that don't fit your avatar, find videos posted in the last 6 months that have 50,000 plus views, find videos posted in the last month that have 10,000 plus views, disregard ideas if the channel has over 500,000 subscribers, and then write down the ideas. So here is the channel that I actually made. Let me just go to YouTube right now. And so I can switch to my YouTube Idea Finder channel. And then boom. All of these videos are videos that my avatar watches. The only 6 words you need to hook any viewer. Interesting. 21 YouTube settings that fuck small channels. That's interesting. But then I'll also find videos like these, like 7 simple edits that make viewers watch till the end. Well, I'm not looking at how to edit your videos, so I'm not interested in that one. But everything else has to do with YouTube and growing an audience. Not sure what to do with your life? Yeah, that's unrelated. So I'm going to put not interested. Or maybe don't recommend channel, because that's not what I'm trying to look at to find ideas. And so now, whenever I want ideas, I can simply go onto YouTube, switch to my Idea Finder channel, and find videos manually. So here are the 13 ideas that I found. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to say video ideas or ideas. Here's the 13 ideas that I found using this method. Don't pick a niche, build a movement, and be free. I'm not going to fucking read all of these. Part 2, planning the videos. So the first thing I do once I have my idea is write out the hook. I try to think of something I could say that would instantly make the viewer trust me and want to watch the rest of my video. Here's the idea I chose. This system makes content creation feel effortless. I recorded a Loom video of me planning this video, like I said, and it will be in the classroom, but I also wrote about everything I did. Because this video was me teaching the system that's supposed to make content creation feel effortless, I chose to follow the system that I would teach to make the actual video. So for the hook, I just used the title because that's a repeatable process that anybody can do that just simply works. Then I gave a little bit of proof, opened a curiosity gap, and tried to keep it as concise as possible. I planned out the video in 4 points: ideation, planning, recording, and post-production. And then I wrote a tiny bit on each bullet point that I know I can riff off of. So here's the entire video plan I made on one page, and you will get this video plan in the resources below if you want to look at it again. But the whole plan is on one page. And that's what I do for planning the videos. So I write a hook, write bullet points, write notes under the bullet points. And you can make this a lot more complicated, but the more you do this, simply, the better you get at it. And the more you riff off of your scripts, the better you get at it. And then you'll have more time to focus on packaging, which is the next step. Part 3, packaging the videos. Yes, I recorded a Loom video of me packaging this video. So the first thing I did was just take a selfie with decent lighting. And then I uploaded it to my new AI packaging app, Kai. I asked it to make me hold a big whiteboard. And then I told it to make a design on the whiteboard and add some text. Then I took that image into Canva and blurred the background and brightened the subject. Then I tested variants on the thumbnail previewer and chose my favorite. Here was my final thumbnail. So what was my actual process for creating this? Well, step 1, I thought in my brain, what should I do next? And step 2, I repeated step 1. So this is the truth. I really do not have a process. And yeah, that's how I make videos. And remember, there is no growth without action. So the action step for today is to make a video using everything you've learned so far in the viral roadmap. Bye! What is up again? I hope you have enjoyed this video and gotten a ton of value from it. And once again, if you want my help growing your channel, click the link below to see how I might be able to help you. Bye!